of Ihilani Palace, we would ask that you keep the driveway clear so that the procession may come through and do what is appropriate before they enter these grounds here at the Ihilani Palace. And if you are able to do so, we would ask that those of you that are here would rise as our procession enters the driveway of Ihilani Palace. Conducting protocol this morning is Ms. Hinaleimoana and Halau Ali'i Ilima.
baby, princess.
red and black kahili here lead our procession to our bandstand where a tribute to Dr. Haunani Kay-Trask will be on display for the day. There is a video presentation as well as a picture story at the bandstand. Please, again, be mindful of those around you, and please practice all the protocols that are in place, as we would like everyone to be able to share the display of this woman that left a legacy that no words can pay tribute to. Dr. Haunani Kay-Trask.
Aloha. I am Haunani Kay-Trask. I am a descendant of the Pi'ilani line of Maui and the Kahakumakali'ua line of Kauai.
I greet you today as a native Hawaiian, one of the world's endangered indigenous people who is committed to the survival of my race. I am a member of the movement for Hawaiian independence, and I am here to discuss the liberation of my people.
I am an American subjugated native. I am part of a non-self-governing people known here as the Native Hawaiians, and I am a Polynesian member of the Pan-Pacific movement for self-determination that has been growing in the Pacific Islands for the last 30 years. I am not an American.
The United States of America is a death country. It gives death to Native people. And the only way to fight the United States of America is to be political.
Our philosophy as nationalist Hawaiians should be aloha aina, an alternative to tourism and militarism. Aloha aina means, in economic terms, agriculture and aquaculture, not hotels, not military bases. It means preservation of rural areas and rural lifestyle, of fish ponds, of streams, of forests, of kula lands. It means a profound cultural belonging to the land as our ohana, our elder brother, our elder sister, our makua, those who went before.
We are the children of Papa, Earth Mother, and Vakea, Sky Father. They created together the sacred lands of Hawaii. From these lands came the Taro, and from the Taro came the Hawaiian people. Because of this, Hawaiians have a genealogical relationship to the lands and waters of Hawaii. Our universe is a cosmos of familial relations. The land is our mother, and we are her children.
We came from this earth. We grew right out of this earth. And our survival depends, especially today, on understanding and connecting to this land of our ancestors. Our first and last loyalty has to be to Hawaii.
The focus of Hawaiians essentially is to rebase their culture on the land, and whether that entails, land occupations or legal cases. Then beyond that, there's a larger movement to reestablish a Hawaiian government.
Our culture can't just be ornamental and recreational. That's what Waikiki is. Our culture has to be the core of our resistance, the core of our anger, the core of our mana. That's what culture is for.
Hawaiians, we will never be Americans. Ku'e! 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 Fight! Fight! Fight!
We pray today for many more blessings, many more gatherings like this. We remember our past, our history, and to look forward to the newness, the restoration, the uprising of our people, and perpetuation of our language, our cultures, our traditions. And so pray with me as we just ask for blessings on this time that we have, the program that we have, and are thankful, so thankful for God's many blessings on us each and every day, especially during this time of pandemic. Ask God to keep us safe, healthy, and well. Let us pray. Gracious God, home of our spirits, we thank you so much for being with us today. We are here on January 17th. And we remember many, many years ago, our Queen here on this very same land, facing difficulty and darkness and challenges that any of us would be overwhelmed by. And yet with faith and determination and with hope, she made decisions that have allowed us to survive the many years of political pandemic, injustices, and problems and difficulties that have been a part of our lives. But we have survived, and we still have our language and our traditions and our culture, and we're here today to celebrate those things that have been passed on from our ancestors, from all the ancients, from our ali'i, from our kupuna, from all of our families. We commit ourselves to commit to that purpose, to preserve the life of this land in righteousness. And so come, God, God of all people and God of all of creation, come now and give us all of your blessings and continue to watch over us and to guard, guide, and protect us. We remember today especially Haunani Kay-Trask, a true warrior of this land, who helped to move forward the progress towards true justice and reconciliation. We commit ourselves to that same cause, that same purpose today. Remember today Queen Liliuokalani and commit to being a part of her vision, her legacy, to fight always for justice, with nonviolence, and reconciliation, the hope of reconciliation. That justice and righteousness will emerge for all people of this land. Thank you, God, so much for this day. Food has been prepared. We're here to hear the old chants, to remember our ancestors and the ancients, our ali'i, and just to honor one another by our presence and our love. So we just thank you today. Be with us. Every mercy, every grace, every healing, every blessing, and the new beginning that we desire each and every day be ours. We pray. Makaio kamakua me ke keiki me ka ohani hamolele. Ma aku ka loko mai kai o ka haku. O Yesu Kristo, me ke aloha o ke akua, a me ka launa puana ka ohani hamolele. Luka koa pao. Amen. Amen. Amen, everybody. Thank you.
Hanau Hawaii he moku, hanau Kealiki he moku, hanau Kanaka he moku. E ao he Kanaka he Hawaii au. He mauli no ka aina. E a kaha o kua aloha, mai ka piko o luna, a I ka piko o lalo.
Alamai, do we have a Mauna medic out here, please?
Eia kaha ukumu aloha, mai ka pipo o luna, ka pipo o lalo. E iwi no iwi, e koko no koko, e iko no iko, e leo a he leo, e ke kahi I ke kahi, e kanaka I ke kanaka. E hanu mai ke ola, e mau te mauri ora, o ho'u oi, o inana oi, o I ka vai ola, e ola e a ha o kualoha, mai ka pipo o luna a I ka pipo o lalo. O wakea, ke akua o luna, kamakuakane, o papa ke akua o lalo, kamakua hini. O haloa, lau, naka lau kapalili, ke kukuna, o lako, o mako, akua anauna. Probably ask, what did I just say? So, for those who have some mellow background and for those who don't, I found that it's best to try and give you a highlight of what I'm saying. That Hawaii is an island, Ianuali is an island, the Kanaka is an island. And it goes with that epithet that we are of this land, and this land is ours, and it identifies us. The breath of aloha stems from this navel to above, from this navel to below, and all the things in between. That from bone to bone, from blood of my blood, from flesh of flesh, from voice to voice, person to person, each other. This is the breath of my blood. And I'd like to acknowledge in that breath that we all descend from Wakea and Papa. That cosmic being produced one of our elders, and Kukuna, Alua, Lau, Nakalau, Kapali, for which these are our revered ancestors. Okay? Popo. Popo, because my next part of what I was going to do when I was waiting for my daughter and sister stand by me. Not yet. Should I go on? So, I don't know how many of you were here 29 years ago and heard that riveting speech that was delivered by Haunani Kay. 29 years ago. 29 years ago, it marked 100 years since the invasion, not overthrow. So we stand to correct that language where overthrow implies that it was something popular and supported by the mass to give authority to an insurgent group to take over. Do you believe it was an overthrow? Or do you feel that it was an invasion? In either case, it was a violent takeover that was not popular and we did not support it. Okay? So, we are here to pay tribute to Haunani Kay. Many of us were her students. Some of us became a lifelong friend, and she was also a compatriot with many of us in the movement. She gave us many directions. So I'm gonna start with the thing I wrote. But I gotta say, if you are Makauka, then the message I will convey shouldn't be offensive in any regards. I'm not using foul language. I learned from her that the way to get the message across is to try to take the direct route and use the best language you can to paint the picture. Gotta put on the maka ani because I don't see. I never anticipated I was going to be up here by myself. Here we go. I don't know how many of you know what Onipa means, but I'm pretty sure you guys got the general gist of what it means. But Onipa, in the short version, means to hold firm, be steadfast, hold your ground, especially in the face of adversity. Okay? So if you see Onipa as that definition, it was widely thought of a model. You know, like people call a model that's supposed to be inspired, but after 29 years, that model has taken a different definition. Okay? This model, by our sovereign, Ihilani, however you want to interpret it, if you put it in the context of the turbulent and political climate during the Hawaii monarchical period, it should be seen, or should be considered, that Onipa'a was our sovereign's last command, her last commandment as a standing order to the people, to the nation. And that is the true meaning that I have come to accept. That means it is a call to duty. So for those of you wearing that shirt today and walking and tromping down the streets like many and thousands of us have done, I've done this for, let's say 50 years, okay? Can't walk anymore. But on January 17th, 1993, that marked 100 years since the armed invasion by American forces upon the sovereign and independent nation Kingdom of Hawaii, that on that day, Haunani Kay spoke with the most audacious spirit of our kupuna to awaken us to answer the call, Onipa'a. Haunani Kay not only impassioned us with the responsibility to know that our people, our lands, our heritage, our lives should not be reduced to be happy Hawaiians no longer. Her words ignited our spirit to have the will and the courage of our convictions to regain our sovereignty and our rightful place among the families of nations of the world. You look in your history, you can see that the Kingdom of Hawaii was recognized world over, and we need to regain our place in that world stage. On January 17th, today, 2022, is a remembrance of that historical injustice 129 years ago, because it's like a multi-generational festering kapio. You guys know what kapio is? In our days, kapio was a big word. For those of you who don't have that vocabulary behind you, kapio was abscess. So this festering abscess has to be excised by our resistance against the offspring of that invasion, the well-seated, the well-established infrastructure known as the state of Hawaii. Onipa'a is a unified call to the people of the sovereign Hawaiian nation to come together as one force, one will, and one people to defeat the false establishment that governs our island state. I'm sure you all heard this kind of dialogue before, but I was here 29 years ago where that people on that tree stayed because it was too crowded. There was not a spot of grass to sit on. Okay? And when Haunani spoke, it was the most awesome silence. I mean, her words went reverberate through this ground and electrified the crowd. I'm here to talk more about the na'au aspect, not so much the issue, because she could speak on any issue with great knowledge. But it's what came out of that it's the vitality of that experience that has enlivened me to this day to retain my efforts to continue in the struggle for self-determination. So, Onipa is the mantle upon the progeny, that would be us, the progeny, the pula of this nation, that the commandment that is emblazoned upon our Maori, our Hawaiian psyche, to heed the words of our Majesty's last commandment more today than at any other time, to undo what she could not do during the time she had on earth. So as I recall, 29 years ago, like her, in previous years before that occasion, many people have attempted to rally a downtrodden people of a once robust Hawaiian nation to rise up and resist. And I assume that's why you guys are all here. I'm not really painting any pretty words right now, so I hope we can feel the chords of our struggle is reverberating down to our efforts today. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Having been a student of Haunani Kay, you knew you had to be Makaio, like how the Kumu call it out. You had a Makaio, right? To be ready. Because she gonna call them until she realizes, or you realize, you gotta be ready. And that's what Haunani Kay expected of us, to be very Makaio, to be in a constant state of readiness for battle, for debate, for party, for whatever that was called upon from you. You had to be Makaio. And it was expected that we had to stay in that state, and quite naturally, because you're in her orbit. She was a constant reminder you had to stay in a Makaio state of mind. Just as Kahu Kaleo prepares us in Pule, we must stay in Pule. So what I'm saying is just as much as a Pule. It's a political Pule, you want to call it that. Okay? So Haunani Kay, if you as a student or if you know her, she was brilliant. She was a brilliant teacher. She crafted her talks with well-selected words. Words that, her words were like a color palette. She could paint the picture. She could paint the battle scene. She could paint the struggle. And if you didn't read or write somehow when she spoke, you wouldn't get them like that. You know, and she was able to do that. What she did. We have a lot of academics in our movement. She was one type of scholar that was grassroots. From the days of the struggle right up until the Lei Ānuenue and a bunch of other things. And her words could almost be like a laumeki. A laumeki is the barbed spear. So at any point, literally at any point, her words could spear you with the truth, because she cited an injustice by which she was encountering, and she could spear that right there on the spot. The people that could talk from the hip, well, she didn't talk from the hip. She came from the people and talked from here, and this people and this people. She just came forward and then focused. And that's what I learned, and many have learned from her being in her company, as a teacher, as a friend, as a poet, as a compassionate soul, as an elder. Today we recognize her as an elder. There aren't too many elders that match her in the heavyweight section, but nonetheless, she was one of the heavyweights in our movement, in our struggle to regain our sovereignty. So as a versatile and gifted speaker, you could sense the timbre in her voice, yeah? You know, like how I stay talking. And the cadence by which she's delivering it. She made the subject matter of soft and independence not just palatable, but relatable and achievable. And when she was among the company of familiars in the struggle for Aloha Aina, her public persona was that of someone who was vocally strong, determined, strong-willed, and a confident leader with a fine mind. January 17, 1993, in my view, was a crowning moment, made even more epic by the most riveting speech from the mouth of an Aloha Aina activist and nationalist who clearly was politically astute, intelligent, compassionate, and exceptionally articulate orator of our time. Her ha'iolelo and every ha'iolelo, her oration, was tailored to every issue, much like a chanter. I trained as a chanter, and you could see these little nuances in her voice, and it would come out. But for her, she struggled with the language. And I was lucky to be in her company in my youth, while I was in college, and in the little bit of ike I could share with her was that I told her she is speaking Hawaiian. She's just driving another vehicle. Sometimes you can hear people speaking Hawaiian, but sound haole. And if you speak Hawaiian, you can kind of pick that up really easily. But for her, and there's others like her in our struggle, they struggle with the mala o lelo Hawaii, like I did when I was going to school. I learned a little bit more about who I was as a Kanaka Maoli. And I was lucky to be in her company, and I don't think she had a hang-up, but I'm talking, this is like 1981, 82, so I don't know where most of you guys was, but I was in her class. The first class she had, okay, well, I was trying to get out of college by then, but I still had a long way. I would stay longer because her classes were so intriguing. Her first class was Radical Traditions, Native Americans, Hawaiians in the Colonial World, American Studies, 301. Go figure. How interesting. Yeah, you look in the book. Oh, what does that mean? Wow. I never worked so hard in college in her classes, but I sure heck learned a lot from her. She brought the world into the classroom. I never knew what racism was. I didn't understand colonialism, but she did understand the deep-seated anger of the students that were coming to her class. If it wasn't anger, it was confusion. If it wasn't confusion, it was frustration. How are you going to act? Whew. That was my experience with her as a student. But getting back to her on that day, the ferocity of that delivery charged the crowd, electrified the crowd, and successfully, I would say successfully, because if somebody got tape of that day, you wouldn't believe how quiet it was. Because everybody's ears was on her voice. So I say it was successful, and she successfully endeared our people when she acknowledged, she validated, she restored, she invigorated and enlivened our spirits to throw off the garbs of deception and manipulation that wounded us since contact. She saw the demoralization and oppression of our people, a people that had been spiritually eviscerated and culturally degraded and crippled. Taking Her speech, taken in combination with the presenters of that day, raising Kanaka Maoli consciousness was like a tsunami, washing over our shores and cleansing the souls. This day, 29 years ago, could be seen as the most positive and desirable, as well as unseen outcome. Okay, the part you guys most remember is this part. Hearing the resounding chant, "We are not Americans." I heard it today. I hear it every time everybody marches now. Cool. "We are not Americans" was for some people the hymn or lyrics, the hymn that stripped away deep hidden fears of who we were once and now are fully understood and can embrace who we are today or had become as of that day, January 17, 1993. For others, the chant, "We are not American," had liberated our Maori, our psyche, our Kanaka Maoli identity to surge upward and out from captivity. "We are not American" hit home for most of us, and it still does. So when you say it, I really think you mean it, and I believe the reason you come out is because you need to express that and drive that home for others who are coming in fresh into our struggle or coming in to support. So Haunani Kay was the high note in a choral of presenters that helped achieve critical mass. Yeah? Thousands. I myself marched down with the homesteaders of Papakolea and Anianiku. We comprised a good number of 300 or more. And we had our own axis, and we eclipsed them right here at this corner, and we made our stand, and they told us to go on through. So compared to the 15 or 20,000 that was coming down the road, we felt good because it took a good hour and a half for everybody to circle in. So the program kind of got started late, and there was no seating room in this quadrant of the palace grounds. You had, that was crowded, and wherever you could find a green patch. So Haunani Kay was very Makaukau. She made us all Makaukau as a student, as a fighter in the struggle of Aloha Aina. She was also very Maupopopono, and what I mean is she fully understood the gravity of our situation. And I viewed her as an instrument equipped with a very powerful lens that gave great clarity of vision for us to reconnect with our cultural genealogical heritage. She made it her kuleana to help us envision that with the right tools and the right skill set in our umekepono, our toolkit, equipped with a historical knowledge base and cultural intelligence, and wound up and combined with our political astuteness, made reclaiming what was rightfully ours justifiable and pono. Onipa has been defined as an immovable force to hold fast, to hold firm. One nation holding fast together, we could eradicate and destroy all and any obstacles that negate or seeks to extinguish the rightful claim of Kanaka Maoli to our sovereign state of existence. In one simple word, one simple potent word, Onipa'a is imbued with the most profound mana, that which is aligned with our sovereign's command and inviolable. You know what that means? A sacred command and a standing order, and that you're being called into play, called into stand, become that standing army for us. almost pau. I'm almost pau. Thank you. So we are here to celebrate her legacy. And as a tribute, Kalehua Hawaii has created a memorial right there in the coronation stand where she made that most infamous speech you guys remember right there, along with captions of words that have charged many of us in the movement to keep on going and never give up. Lastly, she was a staunch supporter of Olelo Hawaii, and she encouraged the propagation of Olelo Hawaii wherever it happened. So with that, I'm going to close with a statement that I had learned in college, and then I see it also a part of the Kahaka Ulaleo Hawaiian Language College of Hilo as their motto. It is stated that O ka olelo ke ka'a o te Maori. Language is the fiber of our identity. And many of the activists and nationalists know this to be true, that language identifies who we are. No leira, mahalo ya kako a pao, no ka ako oko mai ke ia pa, ke ia pa, makala, ho'ohano hano, no ke la pilikia, o ka la uni kumamahiku, ke uni kumaiva, kumalua. Aloha no.
Aloha. Aloha, Lei Ānuenue Niheo. The chair of Kalehua Hawaii Komike Kalai Aina, Mahalo Nui. Can we have another round of applause for her words of welcome and remembrance of this day? So we're gonna get started. Kumu Hina, Leimoana, Kaluwong will be speaking a few words, and we're gonna start. We have to start with Aha soon, and we are very honored to have Hinano Paia and Lanakila Mangauil here to help us with AHA. So mahalo everyone for coming today, for marking this day. We are here, we will never forget. For over a century, our people never marked this day. And it's time that we continue to mark this day, and we will continue to mark this day. Our children will mark this day, our grandchildren, until the time when we get justice. Ku'e! 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 So I want to give it over to Kumu Leimoana, Hinaleimoana.
Ano ai ke aloha ia kākou e ka lāhui aloha. Aloha mai e nā mamo mai kahikina. O ka lā i hae hae. Makaio no Hawaii nui a kea, ahi ki loa, i ka lā kau, ma ni i hau, mele hua. Aloha nui a kākou, aloha. Mahalo anui ko kākou hui ana. Mahalo nui ka lā hui o o kou. Launa ana mai ma'anei, mai aina, e kū mau nei, pahaleali'i, aloha nui ia, pahaleali'i o Iolani. O ko'u leo mahalo anui ho'i ke ia. Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo Healani, mahalo to all of the work that, but when I call out Healani's name, I'm calling out through her name, all whom have come to make this day possible. And I am just floored by what a wonderful, wonderful day this has been set up to be. For us to commemorate the significance of January 17th for our people. Mahalo. I'm going to do something a little different today. And I'm going to leave these words and this thought with you. I won't take too long because it's almost time for the aha. If you would like to find the words for this, it's one of my compositions after Mele Kuha'eo. Anybody familiar with that song? Mele Kuha'eo? Okay, great. Maikai. Well, this is a follow-up mele. This is a follow-up mele, and you can hear it. I have put it on the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement website. So there's words and there's a video also, well, excuse me, an audio of it with yours truly in fine frog voice, passion and form. You can find it over there. And it has all the words. But it says, it speaks to us, I love, honor, and cherish my land. Beautiful Hawaii in all her astonishing wonder. The living earth of Mother Haumea and the vast ocean of Kanaloa. To the next generation, step up and out. Children of this beloved land, stand tall and unite and move forward together. That is the first verse of this mele. The second verse of this mele, of which there are only two, says, we are ever grateful for the legacy left to us, for our Hawaiian way of life. Ever enduring is the wisdom of our ancestors, the treasure trove for future generations. Blessed from the heavens upon high, driving and forging us onward and upward. Fight on, hold fast, and never give up. For the glory and the honor of our Queen, Liliuokalani. Those are the two verses of this mele, and the chorus says to us, rise everyone, it is time to awaken all of our beloved descendants of our nation, our island people, our people of esteemed and honored Hawaii. Stand as Kanaka and remember your heritage. Stand for our beloved flag, the symbol of our nation. Be steadfast and vigilant always for our cause in defending and loving the land. This mele goes a little like this. Aloha e ku'aina o Hawaii nani ka maha o ka honua o la mea me ka moana nui a kanaloa au he ala Ena mamo, ena ka maoia ainalo ha kumaia huilima anoeli ke ho'i ka ko. E ala ena mamo o ka hui o Hawaii Pukanaka no ka hae aloha Onipa amau no ke aloha aina e mahalo I ka ho'oilina ka noho na ka Hawaii no e au ka ike kuhuna he wai no I amua aku na ka mana mai ka lani mai e ho'oholo mua ya ka ko pai o maua ho'oku pa'a no ka hano lili ulani e ala e na ma moe o ka lahui o Hawaii Kukanaka no ka hae aloha Onipa amau no ke aloha aina Onipa amau no ke aloha aina no leila e nā mamo o ka aina aloha nei. Mahalo, mahalo. E nā mamo o ke ia aina o o mana o kākou. A ole kākou e poina I ko kākou mo ōpua. We do not forget our history. Why? Because we must know where we are going. If we do not know our history, we do not know our rightful place and our role in Hawaii, our pai'aina. How will we know where to go? And how will we know what to do? Let us look to our next generation of leaders as they rise and as they become our leaders of tomorrow. One such leader, I believe, is coming on momentarily. And this leader, actually there's two of them. One of them, I know you must have seen him earlier, Hinano Paia, and I know you're here, my former haumana from Halau, Lokai. He will be the one to lead you for our high noon aha. Joining him is another young leader of our community, Lanakila Mangauil, who has arrived from Hawaii Island to support today and to help lead. And I must acknowledge that we walked side by side down from Mauna Ala here to the palace. And I could only remark at how wonderful it was to hear a strong voice of leadership chanting and singing the way. So may I please invite at this time Lei Ānuenue, Yahinano, Laua, Lanakila Mangauil, Ihilani Aloha kako. I want to go ahead and invite anyone who will be joining us who would like to join us in the hula of the aha to come and fill this open space here. Give yourself plenty space. And I also want to go ahead and invite any of you, even if you have never learned the aha, the hula of the aha, you are welcome to jump, to stand and join us. If you ever went to the Mauna, hapai ko lima if you went to the Mauna. Kukia I Mauna. That is the trigger. That was something that helped to inspire us to reawaken in this day and age. And the aha, why bring the aha onto this day? What is the function of aha in this space? We knew it was created on the Mauna for that specific function there, but through Makavalu, through expanding our thought and our connectivity to the olelo to the language, to our oli, to our chants, we are been inspired to continue that motion, that activation,
the collective gathering, the inspiration that these chants passed down from our kupuna. Yeah? The root of sovereignty, of our independence, of a Hawaiian nation, is built on the foundation of the hundreds and thousands of years of collective history of our people. It did not just begin with a palapala. The palapala was put together as a legal document describing a people, to give protections, to give foundation for our peoples. But if we forget that foundation, what good is the palapala? How do we build a nation if we do not even recognize our own past, our own history? If we are to be recognized amongst the family of nations one day again, then we cannot forget who our family is. We cannot forget our kupuna. We cannot forget our identity. We cannot forget our pilina, our kuleana. We do not fight for sovereignty for our self-gain. We fight for our sovereignty so we can continue to awamo the kuleana, to aloha aina, to aloha ohana, nona kau a kau, mai kauka a ke kai. So, in this, we invite you all to ku'ilona, to rise as we, at this time, this sacred time when the sun is directly above, kau ka ōpua, when the sun will touch the crown of our heads, the highest point. I invite you all to ku'ilona, to stand. I'm not from here. Where's the north? Where's the east? Okay, we're east first. Okay, hikiduros. Okay, so we begin with the kahea, the kani of the pu, to call our kupuna in from the east, from the beginnings. From there, we'll just go the four directions, call in our kupuna, call in all those kupuna within our mo'okua, how throughout our lineages from that might stretch in many other places around the world. And we will roll with this. Hikino? Oh yeah. First, we'll, after the kani of the pu, all together kako. And this time for today, we can take our focus when we do our pules straight through Ihilani Palace as a center focal point, a piko for our nation. In that collective thought today, we will offer e homai, followed by na aumakua, e kolomanava, the 3 rounds. The first one, we can pili to the inspiration that gave us the aha, no mauna awakea. Second round, no kalahui Hawaii, for our nation. Third round, you give for your ohana name. Because ain't no nation if you don't know who you is. If you don't know who those kupuna are to you. And then with that, we will close that first part of the opening pule with e hoano oluna, okay? Calling for that huli here, for this transformation to take place. Mapopo? Ikino. Oh yeah. Kanikapu. Kau Kanikapu. Uli Kanikapu. Uli Kanikapu. O kahimau ya Ihilani, alioli Ihilani, Kanikapu. Una mele, o mai, o mai, o mai, kai mai na mea una no e au na mele o mai mai luna mai na mea una no e au na mele o mai na au makua mai kala hikia kala kau mai ka ho'o kuhia ka halawai na au makua ya ka hina akua ya ka hina alo ya ka akau I kalani o ki hai kalani o we kalani nulu I kalani ka holo I kalani e ia na pula pula ya o kono mauna awa kea e malama o ko ya mako e ulu I kalani e ulu I ta honua, e ulu I ta pai aina o Hawaii, e ho mai ka ike, e ho mai ka ikaika, e ho mai ki akamai, e ho mai ka mau popopono, e ho mai ka ike pāpālua, e ho mai ka mana. Nā au mākua mai ka la hiki a ka la akau, mai ka hookuhi a ka halawai. Nā au mākua ia ka hina akua, ia ka hina alo, ia ka akau I kalani. O ki hai kalani, o we kalani, nununu I kalani, ka holo I kalani. E ia nā pula pula ia o ko kalahu I Hawaii. E mālama o kou ia mākou. E ulu I kalani, e ulu I ta honua, e ulu I ka pai aina o Hawaii. E ho mai ka ike, e ho mai ka ikaika, e ho mai ki akamai. E ho mai ka mau popopono, e ho mai ka ike pāpālua, e ho mai ka mana. Nā au mākua mai ka la hiki a ka la akau, mai ka hookuhi a ka halawai. Nā au mākua ia ka hina akua, ia ka hina alo, ia ka akau I kalani, o ki hai kalani, o we kalani, nunulu I kalani, ka holo I kalani. E ia nā pula pula ia o ko, e mālama o kou ia mākou, e ulu I kalani, e ulu I ka honua, e ulu I ka pai aina o Hawaii, e ho mai ka ike, e ho mai ka ikaika, e ho mai ki akamai, e ho mai ka mau popopono, e ho mai ka ike pāpālua, e ho mai ta mana. E ho anau nai, pia nau lalo, e hui anana mo hue, hua na kapaya. E ho anau nai, pia nau lalo, e hui anana mo hue, hua na kapaya. E ho anau nai, pia nau lalo, e hui anana mo hue, hua na kapaya. Ola, Malahui, Hawaii. Ola. Kahula mamua o keia o hanau ka mauna kia. Again, you can follow if you would like from wherever you are. If you've never learned it, stand up, follow. Okay? You learn through action. Yeah? Not going to happen if you sit there and do nothing. This is not entertainment, please, a reminder. We're not here to entertain nobody. No. We're here for Pule. This is what hula is for. Atau mauna he mauna na ke. Hey. Oh hano ta mauna ke. Oh hano ta mauna ke. ōpua e ta mauna ke. Ora. 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 Makahula kaya no bauna kia kuahiri. To pa'a ourselves and pilina with the mauna is to feed ourselves with the nu'u of Hawaii. The highest point of Hawaii, if we send our prayers, that is one great amplifier of intention. And maintaining that attention, standing for it, pushing for it. Imi kilaki owai kapaya o tahopo kane. The mountain is Mauna Kea is one example, as you have here, Mount Ka'ala and many other points of Hawaii, where that Vaiola, the waters of life gather. That is part of who we are as Hawaii. Part of our kuleana is to malama that vai that is the Kanaka, that gives us our identity. Pili with this, reach for your highest, no kanu'u o ka mauna, Mauna Kea kuahiri. Mauna Kea kuahiri tu hawai marie. Mauna Kea kuahiri tu hawai marie. Tapi kolu o Mauna Kea e. Iku itahua o poliau. Kawahine kapahau anu Mauna Kea. Imi kelaki o wai kapahia. O tahopo kane imi kelawai. O wai Sanoe ataua, taua noi pa upili hau lili noi, paana hale o humakahi, o kukahau ulai taho o lale ake hau, makani o lalo. Enana
Kahaula ikahola lea kekehau magani ulalo enana iho polia ui heko yalo hai mele no polia. Hola. No kahula ke ia no aya ihia Keawekane. Tiki? Ya o alaka inei. No ke ia kahea hea I ka mana o ka vai. Ya o ahu vai. Kind of important, yeah? Vai. Where is the waters of life? I think I always pose this question when we ask, where is the waters of life? My next question is, what are you doing to take care of it? What are you doing to take care of it? Mai ka ihiki no mapopo where it is. Now what's your kuleana to it? Oh yeah.
Kawekane, Ihilani kala hukai Ihilani Kawekane, uya kuna uya o Ihilani Kawekane, Ihilani kala Makaio Villanueva, Eya maya mani hoa makamole maio e hua, Ihilani Kawekane, uya kuna uya o Ihilani Kawekane, Ihilani te tualo e ke apa e te tahapai. Ihilani Kawekane, uya kuna uya o Ihilani Kawekane, kai kamoana ke kuala ke Ānuenue ka puno ka wakoko ka leva Ihilani Kawekane, uya kuna uya o Ihilani Kawekane. Ai luna Kawekane, Ike auli, Ike aulele, Ike au pano, Ike au popo hua mea akane lae. Ihilani Kawekane, uya kuna uya oi, Ihilani Kawekane. Ai lalo, ita honua, ita vai ho, Kalehua Krug me kanaloa. He vai una, he vai ino, he vai mana, he vai ola, he ola no, he ola no, ola, ola, ola. Pili no Kawekane, me ke kai, me ka vai, I ka honua, I ka heke o ka honua, o kanaloa nu ia kea. Kanaloa is our deep psyche, our subconscious. The waters of the great oceans, but also our aquifers is the kanaloa. Our ability to, the time for lana on the surface, like lana on the surface, just all you do is read the headline, actually read the meat of the article. Yeah, no, you cannot do that anymore. We have to get into the meat, we have to get into the substance, we have to get into the action. Kanaloa has to do with, it's the law, it's the long journey that we must take. Thinking beyond ourselves. Kane, kabayola. From when the water falls from the heavens to the mountains and then he runs to the ocean and pow, back to Kanaloa. Kanaloa is thinking far beyond ourselves. Kanaloa is thinking long beyond your lifespan. For the many generations that came before, wapau wahala, the kanaloa that is within you and the kanaloa to come. The long journey, the long line. This journey for sovereignty to ho'i kapono is not an easy one. If it was an easy journey, then we don't deserve it. It was not an easy journey for our kupuna to establish our lahui.
Therefore, in this time, do not think that it's going to be some magical cure from some other nation afar that's going to make it happen. It's to the collective consciousness of the people, of our communities, thinking beyond our own needs and how we contribute as a lahui. The key word in that is hui. Long-term visioning, taking that deep journey across the Moana Nui, if that's what it takes. Into the depths we go, thinking a little deeper. O kanaloa nui akea. O kanaloa hea oi!
O kanaloa nui akea. O
kanaloa he hauna vea. Kanaloa maave ulaokala. Kane ala ulaokala. Kanaloa noi tamoana. Tamoana nui tamoana iki tamoana oi dai anu dai ai ki tamano kani uhi te tola honu o ke kai honu a he o ke kai ulia palaua o ke kai kia honu o ka ho kai loloa ona au balua kanaloa Ipa kamaka balua kanaloa ola lana ite tai lana ita ōpua lana ita ōpua kanaloa ita motu papapa kapapa kua kea olono tapau tamoana nui tamoana iki tamoana oi kai anu ikai ai ki kamano kani uhi te tola honu o ke kai honu a he o ke kai ulia paraua o ke kai ke a honu o ta ho kai loloa ona au valua kanaloa ipa kamaka valua kanaloa ola lana ite tai lana ita onue lana ita ōpua kanaloa ita motu papapa kapapa kakua kea olono kapau ola ite au a kanaloa ola yola no oh big one au a ia e kamai kona moku au a ia to hold on, don't let go. Some images of this chant refer to a time of a great wave, a time where this outside source would come and wash over like a wave. The simplicity of the physical motions of this dance is to make way for the intensity of its meanings, to be steadfast. Imagine now we have fresh images, o hanatonga, to see that water come across the land and then huki. What has happened to us as a people? What has happened to us as a lahui? Not much has happened for some time. In this awakening now, we need to take the initiative to create. So as that kai, as that great wave might be hooking back, that's why this simple motion, reach for every little bit we got. And you hold it firm. How do you hold it firm? You learn it. You master it. You pass it on, and we continue to build upon it. Pa'a that. And when things get tougher, you got to reach a little farther. Pa'a yourself to that moku, and you reach out further. Pull more in. And more intense as it builds, the more we need to concentrate and grid down and do that hana. Dig deep. Ai ha'alo, feel the burn. No burn, no growth. Oh, a ia e dama e to namotu. Kaya. Oh, a ia e dama e to namotu. O to namotu e dama e au aia.
O te tama 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 I ta huli nu. O te tama 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 I ta huli o. Huli hia papi o a ilalo I te alo. Huli hia I ta imu o ku kamaki lohe lohe. O ta hana nai o ta hula hula. Ka ia ta alihi a o pohaku. Me ta ubena ua o iu ani ani. Me haunu o ni o rani o la a. O ke ave ai ku ai ala aia. Au aia e tama e tona motu. O tona motu e tama e au aia. O te tama 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 e ta huli. O te tama 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 e ta huli. Uli hia pati o a ilalo I te alo. Uli hia taimo ku kamaki o helo. O ta hana ana I o ta hula hula. Taia tarihi a o ko. Me ta upena ua o iu ani ani me ka unu o. O rani o la a o te ave aiku. Ai ala ia. Na na I hala pepe ta honu au ta motu. I hale ia e te tuelo. O ta ku kovelo lo hea panalo. Oya. Yolan. Kahula ke ia no ka pele. O ai ka mumu a kukulu kapahu kapua Kaleo. Huli hia. Kako, everybody. Huli hia.
Huli hia.
Huli hia. Drastic transformation. Have we not witnessed this in so many ways? Even this COVID, that's a huli hia. If you look at this situation we are in as a Kanaka, as an indigenous person, you realize, hey, did we not ask for all the systems to come crumbling down? How do you think our Akua are going to respond? Did not that response shut it down? Then what was your action to that? Did you then take that initiative during the time of shutdown to transform and make something new, or did you just want to turn the old system back on? What were your efforts? When the opportunity of drastic transformation comes, it's your opportunity to make the change. As Kanaka, Hawaii, our history is loaded with many, many transformations, many, many hulihia. We are in a pivotal time to create. We pa'a mole. We stay pa'a and firm to the foundation of who we are as a people. We maintain that continuity of who we are as a people, but we have to holomua as well. We have to continue to build. When the lava comes, our people never try to go back over there and dig up the lava, forget back what they had. They build new upon that. So in this transformation, remember, the kanawai, the sacred laws that remind us that what happens when there's this transformation, we gotta step back. It's okay to slow down. It is absolutely necessary to take a step back to allow that healing to take place, to reassess. If you just don't think you're going to charge straight forward, but you're missing. The Kanawai reminds us, when that transformation takes place, take a step back, assess before charging forward. Make the plan, set our path forward. I'm going to introduce a new opening to this. The Pele clans, we have many, many things that connect us. The fire is also something that connects all of our islands. That was a hulihia when the Pele clan comes to Hawaii. Yes, it's a part of who we are. It's that story. And their migration, their movement, they helped to bring a whole nother level of thought that gave us another layer of who we are as a people. You know, we asked Abnu, Luai kai kina ua na pele ke ha olo la ke o ke le la ina ila lo ke be ka o ila lo ya ke ani na wa ke wa ne aku ali le no pele na ia ri aku ka luai ni hawa a luai ni hawa na pele ke ha olo la ke o ke le la ina ila lo ke be ka o ila lo ya ke ani na wa ke wa ne aku le no pele na ia ri aku ka luai ka wa ya luai ka wa na pele ke ha olo la ke o ke le la ina ila lo ke be ka o ila lo ya ke ani na wa ke wa ne aku le no pele na ia ri aku ka luai o wa a luai wa hua na pele ke ha olo la ke o ke le la ina ila lo ke be ka o ila lo ya ke ani na wa ke wa ne aku le no pele na ia ri aku ka luai molo ka ia a luai molo ka iwa na pele ke ha olo la ke o ke le la ina ila lo ke be ka o ila lo ya ke ani na wa ke wa ne aku le no pele na ia ri aku ka luai la na ia a luai la na iwa na pele ke ha olo la ke o ke le la ina ila lo ke be ka o ila lo ya ke ani na wa ke wa ne aku le no pele na ia ri aku ka luai mau ia a luai mau iwa na pele ke ha olo la ke o ke le la ina ila lo ke be ka o ila lo ya ke ani na wa ke wa ne aku le no pele na ia ri aku ka luai hu a luai na pele ke ha olo la ke o ke le la ina ila lo ke be ka o ila lo ya ke eli tau mai uni hia ta mau na bela te hia ta bahine bela no hia tulili ai tawa abela anopu te hio talua ya ai tamu te kena keke pa hoi hoi ke ai tamu te kena keke pa hoi hoi Kukulu Kapahu. Kukulu Kapahu Kapahua Kaleo. Ela hele ela mukuno kanelo kanalo. Ke hoi hoi kanave. He kaio kia kanave. He tua kanave. No kele no kua kuale. Kukulu Kapahu Kapahua Kaleo. Ela hele ela mukuno kanelo kanalo. Ke hoi hoi kanave. He kaio kia kanave. He hua kanave. No pele no kua kuale. When that huli here happens, you might look around and think everything's all bust. Oh my God, what we got left? You have material to build something else. Kukulu. Kako everybody. Kukulu. To construct, to build. Huli kalima ilalo. Turn those hands down and we're going to work and we're going to build. Nothing is going to be given to you. That's not the way of our kupuna. We don't wait for somebody give us something. We can kukulu, we can haku, we can make it. Or else, what's the point? We pull it all together. This aha, this cord, this kaula, every one of you are one of the fibers. We come together, we make this aha strong. And that is the aha that will secure the hale, the house that is the Lahui Hawaii. How's this going? E ala he kukulu.
E mauna. He hala he kukulu.
E mauna.
He hala he kukulu. He hala he kukulu.
Haku.
He hala he kukulu.
E kanaka.
He hala he kukulu he mauna. He hala he kukulu he ahu. He hala he kukulu he pohaku. He hala he kukulu he kanaka.
Ano.
He hala he kukulu he mauna. He hala he kukulu he ahu. He hala he kukulu he pohaku. He hala he kukulu he kanaka. Anu ho. He hala he kukulu he mauna. He hala he kukulu he ahu. He hala he kukulu he pohaku. He hala he kukulu he kanaka. Aloha aina. Kukulu. Yo. Aloha aina. Kukulu. Yo. Aloha aina. Kukulu. Yo. Aloha aina. Aloha aina. Olai kawai. Oi ai.
Iai ono. E ola kākou. E ola kalahui Hawaii. Pa'akamole. Root deep. If we sever our roots, walele kamakani. If we lose that root, we just gonna float off with the next wind that blows through. The next social media meme gonna send you blowing across again. The next thing goes from you, blow you all over the place again. Mai po'ina who you are in this land, set by these kupuna. Makaala all this other namu coming from around the world. Look to our own. Pa'a here. When you solid with who you are, then you have a foundation to look and learn from the world around, but you solid to who you are. In the building of our communities, the reaffirming of our communities, the kuleana begins in every single one of us. It begins with the individual. There is no hero gonna come do it for you. There is no hero gonna come and fix your community. You all take the initiative. Every one of us take the initiatives to go home, and when you're home, malama you're home. Malama that little strip of land alongside. Malama that neighbor on the side. That's the beginning. That's the foundation of a nation. If not, we're just gonna look like the Americans. We're just gonna make lines and borders, and I don't care who you are on the other side of the fence. It's all about me. If we're gonna seek political power again, it's because we know how to take care of each other better. If we seek that, it's because we know how that we're gonna aloha and malama this aina better than what we are under right now. But with that, it takes us in all different levels and many different initiatives. The worst thing we do is sit to the sidelines and namu. That is the worst we can do, to sit on the side and namu. To sit on the side, especially and namu about those who are trying something. Be active, participate, educate. Or as our Ali'i said, the Hawaiian nation will be a nation of education, of literacy, of intelligence. We have thousands of years to stand apart. We never just pop off a couple hundred years ago. With that, mahalo nui. We will have aha one more time. The 5 in closing. Nui no kabana. Pai kalima. Pai kalima. Laura. Hola. With that, we send this up. Maka true Ihilani to Ramauna to the universe. Wapau. Uanoa. Alele vale. Kanikapu. 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 Hola. Pai kalima. Pai kalima. E hola.
I will hand the mic over to you folks then. Everyone put your hands together for Makaio Villanueva and Gina Peterson.
Oh, we thought we was going to get away with this. Aloha no kākou. Oia. Hea mai nā pua mamu aloha oia ina ni. Eo mai nā hoa hanau mai nā ave o Kanāroa. Eo mai nā hoa ilikini o ka aina puni ole. Eo mai nā ohana aloha aina mai ka iki mai. Eo mai nā po'olo haka ho a ka ini. E ae, ho I ke kumola. E ae, kapu ki ola nā kāne. E ae, ko hi mai la ka honua, he aina no. Ko I ka piko o hāloa, hoi hoi na o ha. Kanu ia hāloa, hoi hoi ka ai ka aina. Hana ia ka lehu lehu. O ulu nā kia kua, he ua, he kupu, he muo, he liko, nā lau, nā la la, he kumu kū pa'a mau. E ola, e ola, e ola no, ka anani au. Mahalo no kākou.
Aloha no kākou o wau o nani no wai anai mai au.
Aloha no kākou, Makaio Villanueva ko inoa no nanakuli mai au.
We're going to just real quick introduce that oli that we had written together, as it is an oli that greets all of you. Yeah, an oli that greets our cousins from a distance, from
throughout Polynesia.
Yeah.
The ave ave o Kanaloa.
It's an oli to remind us. As I listened to Lanakila just a little while ago, it's an oli to remind us, all of us, those that are, sorry, mahalo, those that are from this aina and those that are not, that we all have kuleana. Yeah. Whether you like it or not, you come to this aina, you have kuleana. You come to any other aina, you have kuleana. To understand our history, to understand our language, to understand how to take care of what is important to us, which is our aina, and to understand how to take care of each other. We were brought over here today to actually go through the Kawiwoʻole session with you folks, but because we're running a little bit behind schedule, we're going to actually have this class for you folks on the side if you wish to learn. We want to give our other leaders an opportunity to speak because we're short on time.
All right, but if you have a moment, bring your keiki, bring yourself. Let's learn Kawiwoʻole with the Red Hill thing happening. I think it's important for all of us to understand in depth what our ancestors knew about this life-giving resource. Yeah. So please join me and Nani. Nani and I right over here. We'll be on the side of the tree.
We'll be somewhere in the presence. Just come and look for us. But mahalo for allowing us this time to share our oli with you folks. We look forward to building pilina, building relationship with you folks. Mahalo.
We do have a video that will pay tribute to one of the most unreal women. We all know her for the work that she's done, not only for the Lahui, as we said earlier. It's also playing on our bandstand, where if you haven't had a chance to do so already, I would encourage you to visit the display there at the bandstand. There's also, for those of you high techies, there is a QR code that you can scan. And this is a part of our tribute to Dr. Haunani Kay-Trask.
Aloha po'e Hawaii. I'm Mililani Trask, and I wanted to begin by thanking all of those who have worked so hard to make this a reality. As we face our third year of the COVID pandemic, I'm so proud and happy to be part of this video presentation that will bring together all of our people here in the state and also on the continent as we mark and recall the 129th anniversary of the illegal overthrow of the independent nation of Hawaii. For many years, my sister Haunani Kay has lobbied and been an advocate for this, and it's a great honor for us, our family, and for all of our people that we will have this remembrance of her on this 129th anniversary of a historic fact that we continue to oppose. We have every reason to be proud of where we are today. Things are difficult, but if we recall back, if we know our history, we know that in the last 127 years, we have done nothing less than demonstrate our commitment to regaining our independence, to demonstrate and to enunciate our commitment to exercise our right of self-determination. We will be the ones who will determine what the future for our people will be. There was a time in our history when many hundreds of thousands of Hawaiians lived here. By the time of the overthrow, we were estimated to have less than 40,000 remaining. Today, we are many, many more hundreds of thousands. And today we are focusing on economic independence, social development, including health, including education. These are the things that my sister Haunani Kay was an advocate for. How do we preserve and honor her legacy? By continuing her work and by being proud that we are part of the uplifting of our nation. I want to challenge every Hawaiian who hears this to look inward and consider what can we do to strengthen, to reaffirm our people's commitment to bringing back the lahui. We have not vanished at all. We are here and more resilient than we have ever been. There was a time when you could not hear the Hawaiian language spoken. Now on every island, in every community, mothers are speaking to their children in Hawaiian. This demonstrates our ability not only to stop the erosion of our culture, but to bring it back with more vibrancy. This is the way that we honor our leaders, including my sister Haunani Kay. How greatly blessed are we that we are the ones who are here to inherit this legacy. I also wanted to mention the name of another woman that we are honoring this January 17th, 2022. That name is Ariel Kalua, a little Hawaiian child who was lost to domestic violence, lost somewhere in the paperwork of Child Protective Services. We need to link the leaders of the past with the children of the future to ensure that we will carry a legacy of self-determination for them. We need to make that commitment. So this day, we honor Haunani Kay and little Ariel together. When we make this commitment, we will demonstrate our own commitment to working for the resiliency of our people and our culture. We have not forgotten our political role. We are here and we are growing stronger. Let us continue this legacy. How proud are we to carry it now in our lives? And let us not forget that the kupuna are older now, the kupuna will pass soon, but this legacy will continue like a bright light shining. I send my aloha to all of you, from myself and from all of the Trask and Haya Ohana. Mahalo for honoring our sister. We look forward to working together with all Hawaiians so that we will once again raise up the Hawaiian flag. Aloha, malama.
Everyone, put your hands together for Kawena ulaokala.
Mahalo to everyone for coming out today. And I'm really honored to get to speak after that beautiful tribute to Kumu Haunani Kay-Trask. And I want to draw our attention to something she knew about in her lifetime that would be an issue for our people. Because lahui, we're facing one of the greatest threats we have ever faced in our history. Again, I'm Kawena ulaokala Kapahua. I'm with the Oahu Water Protectors, and I'm a kia'i of this aina. The threat we face today is the same threat our kupuna faced 129 years ago. It is the same threat that overthrew our government, that put guns in the face of our queen and imprisoned her, The same threat that bombed Koho'olawe so hard they broke its water table. That threat is the US military, and it is now poisoning our water at Red Hill. So we, the Kanaka Oiwi, are ready. We have been ready for 129 years. Our kupuna armed us with the ike and experience we need to face the imperialists who now poison our water and stole our country. Kumu Haunani Kay-Trask said it on these very grounds. The Americans, my people, are our enemy. And the Americans have known they are our enemy. They have treated us as their enemy for 129 years. You don't steal the land of a friend, and you certainly don't poison their water. But we are ready for this. And Kumu Haunani Kay-Trask taught us how to fight back. And so it's time for us to use what she left us and to finish what she started. Since the Americans landed on our shores, we have been playing defense. We have been defending our aina. We have had to protect our islands from their greed and destruction, our people and culture from their racism and bigotry. We have been protecting our land and home for 200 years. And it's time we stopped having to fight back at every level. It's time for us to start taking back our land so that they can harm it no longer, so that they can never threaten it again. We have protected our land from Koho'olawe to Pohakuloa to Mauna Kea. And we will start taking back our land by taking back our water and forcing the military to shut down Red Hill permanently. The Board of Water Supply has been concerned over the past several months that the military may have contaminated our water permanently. And they're saying that if something is not done soon, we may never be able to drink from our water ever again. This has never happened in the history of our people. In the thousands of years we have lived on this land, there has never been a threat to our water like this. Just last week, the US Navy admitted that the fuel that spilled into our aquifer in May of last year spilled through a pipe in their Red Hill facility that they didn't even realize was there. They don't even know their own facility well enough to know the risks. And that pipe leads directly to our water. The US military, through this whole crisis, has done nothing but had excuses and lies. They have admitted their negligence and their incompetence, and they continue to lie to our faces by telling us the fuel is contained when they know it's not, and they refuse any transparency to let us know what's happening to our most precious resource. But this isn't the first time the US military, especially the US Navy, has committed violence against our people, because it was the USS Boston in Pearl Harbor that landed their soldiers, that pointed the guns at Ihilani Palace, that overthrew our kingdom. It was the Navy that bombed Koho'olawe and polluted Pearl Harbor. And it is the same Navy now that pollutes our water and poisons it for every generation to come. We must stop this. We must fight back. There is no other option. This water has fed our people from a time since before the United States even existed. And it is our kuleana to preserve this water and protect it so that every generation after us can be fed by it, long after the Americans have gone. The Red Hill Fuel Storage Facility proves to us that this is not an isolated incident. This is how the US military operates. They have always sacrificed our land and our people for their ends, especially here in Hawaii, whether it's Koho'olawe, whether it's Moku'a Valley, Pohakuloa, any of their facilities, whether it's the Marine Corps base in Kaneohe or Pearl Harbor. All of this land that was ours has been stolen from us. Think of all the things we could do with all of this land if it wasn't poisoned by them. These tanks have been a risk since they were built, and the Americans have known that. Every day these tanks existed means that somewhere for 80 years, some American commanders decided they were willing to risk our lives to keep that fuel in these tanks. That's the decision they made. And we, as a collective Lahui, need to realize that the United States military decided they were willing to kill everyone, from Pearl Harbor to Hawaii Kai, by poisoning our water. They didn't care that 100,000 of their own people were getting sick. They want to keep the fuel in the tanks, despite the fact that it's displaced their people, poisoned our people, and it could harm the rest of us as well. That's the fact, at the end of the day, that we need to come to terms with. That at the end of the day, the US military was willing to poison hundreds of thousands of people and possibly kill us to keep their fuel 100 feet above our aquifer. And we cannot allow this any longer. They have said they're going to defuel the tanks, but they haven't yet, and I don't know that they will. They have said that flushing the water system will take the oil out of the pipes, but it hasn't, and it won't. We cannot wait or trust them. We've never been able to trust them. We cannot trust them with an inch of Hawaiian land, and so that means we must take all of it back from them before they destroy it any further. And we start that by taking back Red Hill and defending it. We start by taking back our land just like we took back Kaho'olawe. So in the next 10 years, when the next military leases come up for renewal, we will shut down their bases and force them off of our land that they stole from us, whether it's Makua Valley or Pohakula, just like we took back Kaho'olawe. And we didn't take Kaho'olawe back by asking them nicely. We forced the military to give it back. 9 brave Aloha Aina warriors forced them to fall back and stop the bombing. And Haunani Kay-Trask forced them to stop the bombing. We didn't protect Waiahole and Waikane by asking nicely. We forced the developers out of that valley. And we didn't protect Mauna Kea by asking nicely. We took the Mauna back ourselves and defended it. And we will not protect our water at Red Hill by asking nicely. We will force the US military to shut down these tanks permanently. And we will not get our kingdom back by asking our oppressors nicely. We will take it back ourselves. The US military has a choice. They can either give our land back or we will take it back. But either way, this land will return to the hands of the Hawaiian people. Long live the Hawaiian Kingdom!
If that doesn't give you just some energy to pay attention, do something, speak up. His cannot be the only voice that speaks. We as a people, we need to speak together. This water, this issue, this military, it's a kako thing. It's not a Kawena thing, it's a kako thing. So if you have the opportunity, whether it be at your neighborhood board meetings or at a Zoom meeting, wherever it is, you need to speak. You need to let them know that we care, that we want you out, and that we as a people are stronger together as a voice than just one person. So one more time, everybody, Kawena ulaokala. And I think, and right behind me, you're gonna put your hands one more time, put your hands together again. We're gonna welcome to the stage Dr. John Osorio. Oh, and I'm sorry, while we're waiting for him, we have a black, looks like a teardrop earring. If anybody lost it, check your ears. You can come and see us at the back tent where the flag is. About maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, somebody found just one. So we're looking for the Cinderella ear that goes to the earring that we have. So we have it in the back.
There we go. It's really amazing to be here again on these grounds and to see the people, to see all of you here. When I first got here about an hour ago, I noticed how many young people were here. And over the years, some of the people who have been keeping up this tradition of meeting on these grounds to commemorate the taking of our country in 1893, some of our people have grown old and passed on. We don't see them at these places anymore. But it is amazing to see younger people taking up the issue, pushing it even further. And Kawena's words are absolutely true. We need to dedicate ourselves to taking this land back from the military. They have never honored either their mission or their responsibilities to us as they occupy our country. By utilizing the lands the way we would utilize them, the way we would use them to protect our people, to keep people fed and clothed and with water and healthy. Instead, as Kawena pointed out, they have done nothing but run their own missions through it, a mission of death and despair. Haunani Kay-Trask, one of our teachers and a sister of ours, she pointed that out a long, long time ago, that America does not mean well for the native Hawaiians. They have offered us really only death. Death to our culture, to our language, to our control over our lands. I'm going to sing this song, but I need my daughter to help me because I wrote it not long ago, and I'm still having trouble remembering all of the words. Not sure. We'll just wait just a minute. I haven't in. So the day after Dr. Trask passed on was 4th of July, July 4th, 2021. And I sat in my dining room and wrote the song for her. I've only sung it 2 or 3 times, but I wanted to sing it for you now. It's called Native Daughter. This is one of my daughters. I have a whole bunch of them. And a granddaughter, and a dog that's female too. I mean, there's nothing but females in my house and me. And so I was thinking about all of them, and I was also thinking about my mother, and I was thinking about Lili'u when I wrote this. So hope you enjoy it. Would you say we become what our mothers would hope for their sons and the ones we were sent to care for? The years and the fears that we thought we could bear. Did we hear in her sighs all the lives that lay ahead? What she said, what she said. Would you say we had seen what the starter had gleaned from the lies and the sins of the world that caved us in, and believe in the songs they conceived for the gods and the seas from before our world was bred? What she said, what she said. Would you say we were done with the fire that burned through the ones who had spurned all the ease and grace of lives that were earned as our backs they were turned from the sound of our grandmother's voice raised from the dead? What she said, what she said. Let her be now, she's at rest, and it's we now, in the crest of the way that she led. What would you say to our daughters today who fought to be more than our narrow visions? Who are you? Who are we? Will her words make us free when she spoke with a fire that burned away when she said what she said. Let her be now. She's at rest, and it's we now in the crest of the wave that she led. Thank you very much. For Haunani Kay, for Miliu, for every female, and there have been so many wahine who have led us in this journey together. I want to say just a couple of things before I leave, and that's to pick up on what Kawena was saying earlier, especially about Red Hill. One of the things that should be really obvious to us now is how helpless government is. And I'm not just talking about the United States, but that country is fraying everywhere. There is no part of American society today that resembles anything like the country we were taught to honor and respect as children. I'm talking about me, like a long time ago, the 50s, the 1950s. There is no part of America that looks like anything like what we were taught to believe that country is. And it's not just that we have become wiser. It's not just that we have become more ma'a to the lies and to the undergirding kinds of terror and greed that props up that society. It's because that society is falling apart. And you don't have to go very far to see this truth. The huli here that we're speaking of today is not just here in Hawaii. It's not just in the Pacific. It's in the world. It's in the world. That's right. So now that's the United States government. But if you think about what the state has absolutely failed to do, not just now in forcing the Navy's position and forcing them to defuel. The state government has known about Red Hill and the dangers posed by those tanks for decades. And in the last decade, they have been confronted by complaints that came from organizations, from nonprofits, from people's organizations, from people testifying, and the state has done nothing. And you say to yourself, so, we understand the Navy. We understand that the Navy doesn't give a crap. But how is it that the state of Hawaii, how is it that the government that we elect doesn't at least care about the people who elect them to office? And the answer has always been, and it's the same, it goes back to Kaho'olawe. The answer has always been, the state is afraid to take on any entity, any kind of large business, and certainly the U.S. military, tourism, any of those things that brings money into the state of Hawaii. They will not do it. They defer, they look for excuses, they wait. It's not a problem, they kick the problem down the road, and now we're facing it. Who is it that has actually taken care of people? And all you have to do is think about the last 2 or 3 years, the last 2 years that we have been in COVID. You want to know where the stories of people taking care of other people come from? They do not come from government. They don't. They don't come from wealthy institutions. The rich don't care. They come from you. They come from you, the teachers that go into the classroom or stay out of the classroom and protest because it's not safe. They come from nurses and healthcare workers and nursing home operators who go and care for other people, even though it puts them at risk. They come from people who feed others, They come from churches. They come from small little agencies. They come from families. They come from us. So when Kawena says it's time for us to kick the Navy out, he's not talking about the state of Hawaii. They will not be convinced by us. And that's why, when you go home tonight, remember what he said. And also remember all the hundreds and thousands of things that you do and your families do and your friends do to keep people alive, safe, and healthy, and celebrate each other. We're the ones. If anyone is going to save people and save this Aina, it's always come from the people. It's always come from the people that the government keeps wanting to arrest because we keep getting in the way. Remember who you are. Often in the darkness, sometimes in the light, visions of your golden eyes sparkle in my sight. Haunted by those graceful years when we were young and life was sharp and clear. Can you see me now? Hawaiian eyes, can you see me lost from paradise? There were so many ways to go, so many things to know, but I've missed you inside. Hawaiian eyes. Shouting in the mountains, silent by the stream, our eyes held each other's, locked in secret dreams. Now we're freed and drifting on. Memories of you hover still and strong. Can you see me now? Hawaiian eyes, can you see me lost from paradise? There were so many ways to go, so many things to know, but I've missed you inside. Can you see me now? Hawaiian eyes, can you see me lost from paradise? There were so many ways to go, so many things to know, but I've missed you inside. Hawaiian eyes. Ooh, Hawaiian eyes. Ooh, Hawaiian eyes. I'm sorry, that was, yeah, okay. I'd like to be able to hear the guitar this time. I'll just finish with, this is a song that Randy Borden and I wrote for George Jarrett Helm and Kimo Mitchell when they just disappeared on Kaho'olawe Island in March 1977. I dedicate this song to all of the warriors, all of our people, all of the leaders, Nāmea Hanohano, who have lived their life on earth and have worked with us and for us. and are now with the Aumakua. I can recall the way your voice would fill the room, and we would all be still by your melody. And now your voice is gone, and to the sea belong all of the gentle songs that you had harbored. Oh, and so how could you leave us? You've not been lost at sea, you're only wandering. Oh, and so we sing your melodies and send them out to sea. You know the harmony. They say before you left to seek your destiny, that older voices called and drowned your laughter. But I believe you knew what you would have to be. I'll become in the storm to guide us after. Oh, and so how could you leave us? You've not been lost at sea. You're part of everything. Oh, and so we sing your melody and send them out to sea. You know the Mahalo to you all. Mahalo to Kalehua Krug, Ihilani, all of you folks. Mahalo.
So as he leaves the stage, everybody put your hands together one more time for Dr. John Osorio. And of course his daughter, I mean, you know, it's what our KPR for, among other things. But we do have, let's see, Ihilani. Where are you, Ihilani? I'm sorry? Oh, Kalehua. Okay, well that's great also. Man, we are having just some awesome speakers and musicians right now. I'm sorry, I'm trying to stay out of the way so that they can set up. But don't forget where our bathrooms are, and then let's see. Definitely get over to our display in the rotunda there for Dr. Haunani Kay-Trask. So if he's ready, I think he is. Put your hands together, everybody, for Dr. also, right, Kalehua? Dr. Kalehua Krug.
Oh, lao. Aloha nui mai kākou. E nā mamo o ka aina aloha. Aloha nui ia kia aina. A haaheo wale no ke ia a kama no ka aina. I ke ku ana I mua ko kākou hale ali'i. E ho'ike ai I kekahi mana'o no ka ika o ke ano o kona kupuna malama ana ia Hawaiʻini. A pe puno a ko kākou ho'opili mau ana, ke ehi mau ana, makahi meheu o ko lākou kapua I wāwae. A no ka mea makela ho'opili ana, e ike ai kākou I ke ea o ko kākou aina. Aloha nui. You know, it's really poignant to listen to all the speakers before, to be able to walk into the rotunda there and see Haunani Kay-Trask, because it reminds me, and I've always thought about in that time when she so pridefully spoke those words that we are not American to wake us up. She was speaking about our collective existence. She was speaking about how we see ourselves on our place. And I often wonder, when she says we are not American, what is an American? Because for me, I would want to believe that when she said we're not American, it meant that we are not a people that take and take and take from our land. I would like to believe that when she said that we're not American, that she meant that we are a people who don't abandon the natural laws of our island and our island home. I would also like to believe that when she spoke those strong words that shook me inside, that we are not American, that she was saying that she meant that we're not a people who don't leave their place better than they found it. And so sovereignty to me, ea to me, when we stand in front of the Haleali'i and we contemplate our history and we contemplate our place in our history, as we are the current chapter in our mo'olelo, I can't help but ask myself, what mo'olelo are we enacting? And when we enact this mo'olelo, where does it take us? What's the last chapter? How will this mo'olelo end? And I look to many other native peoples who thought and contemplated in the same way. And in my opening, I spoke of the term ho'opili kupuna. And when we contemplate what an American is, we also have to contemplate, who are we? And when we ho'opili kupuna, or when we emulate the ways of our ancestors, ho'opili is to emulate, kupuna meaning the ancestors. When we emulate our kupuna, what does that look like and where does that take us? And it's an important consideration. It's really difficult because of all the atrocities that we've walked through, and we've walked through many. Not just the ho'okahuli aupuni. We've walked through the arrival of Christian missionaries. We've walked through the fall of our aikapu. We've walked through stories in our past like Amamalua that have torn at the fabric of who we are and where we have come from. And I know that's a strong statement. And I know that many of us may not want to think about the spiritual and religious atrocities that we have taken over our history. But it's there. And it's ignorant of us to not contemplate it. Because from those teachings, from those changes, from the fall of our ways, also came the destruction of our place. Now, I'm not blaming it on just one thing, but damn it, that's a part of it. And so when we think about ho'opili kupuna, emulating the ancestors, is walking in their footsteps, because their footsteps are knowledgeable. And no, they're not perfect. No, everything wasn't sunshine, rainbows, and butterflies. But they didn't cause mass extinctions. They didn't pollute our land and our sea. They didn't cause the death of our language, which comes from our land. Something happened prior to all of those atrocities that I just mentioned. And so for me, when I listen to the words of Haunani Kay-Trask, my contemplation takes me that when I say I am not American because that touched me, it means that I am a person who wants to emulate my ancestors. And I know why I emulate my ancestors. It's because they spent thousands of years collecting data to become the experts on how to survive on our islands, and they did a really good job. It would be stupid of me not to look at the data. And so, I'm very thankful to be able to speak here, because this pathway of ho'opili kupuna is where we heal our waters. This path of ho'opili kupuna is where we heal our people and our birds and our fish and our limu. And all it takes is speaking their language, ho'opili kupuna. All it takes is walking through their ceremonies and eating their foods and being as active as them and thoughtful as them and reading our stories to learn about who the heck we are. Because if we don't respect and respond to the data that they've collected for us to better understand who we are and where we're going. So I leave this with you. Kapukaki, the Navy, is just one iteration. It's just one stance in many stances that we've taken as a people. And we'll have many more. But what has to kahuli right now is about the way we live. What has to kahuli right now is the story that we enact. We don't have to enact their story. Take the pen from them. We are the mea haku. And in the remaining time that we have on this planet, we must kahuli. We must ho'okahuli our worldview and return to one from the data of our kupuna. For without it, you know where we're going. You know where we're going, because jet fuel in our aquifer is potentially the death of us all. And I'm not just going to leave us with doom and gloom, because the ultimate path is what Haunani Kay left for us. That in our aloha, in our resistance, in our olelo, in ho'opili kupuna, we heal. Being them is our medicine. And that's how we ho'okahuli, where our story will end. Mahalo nui, everybody. Aloha nui kako.
Put your hands together, everyone, for Dr. Kalehua Krug. We thank you for spending this time with us. Coming forward to the stage, we do have Miss Ihilani Lasconia. Please, everyone, put your hands together.
Aloha kako. I wish I was Ihilani Lasconia, but she's going to be joining me in a minute. I'm Noelani Goodyear-Ka ōpua. Aloha nui kako. Light in the crevice never seen. Mosses, palai kala'au. Crescent moon. Stones, fragrant clack clack from the shadows. Hune hune rain. Aloft on the wind, steamy rocks, falls of crustaceans. Blue caves far away, choked with grasses, wet, fully winged. High Eva floating, many chambered heavens, still and singing. Kumu Haunani Kay-Trask, a poet, an educator, a teacher, an orator, a writer, a leader. She has gifted the Lahui so many things, books of poetry, of memoir, of political theory, a television series called First Friday, an award-winning documentary film, Act of War, and of course the Kamakawiwoʻole Center for Hawaiian Studies, and all of the many of her students, of whom I'm only one. Many of us are here in the audience today. And so I'm here to share a little bit. I was asked by Healani and Lei Ānuenue to talk a little bit about the woman behind the icon. So many of us remember Kumu Haunani Kay for her fire, her fiery speeches, and she herself even talked about how she sometimes felt like she was burning with anger, with righteous anger. So we remember that manifestation of her, but today the manifestation of her that I want to conjure are not the fire, but the water. Her name, after all, is Haunani Kay-Trask. And so to conjure her water, we have to look to her poetry, because so often that is where she dealt with the many expressions of what it means to be Kanaka, of the pain that we experience, of the joy that we experience, of all that our kupuna have gifted us. And so to begin, I want to just say that if Kumu Haunani was an educator and a poet, it was because of her first teacher, who was her mama. Her mama is her namesake, Haunani Cooper, from the Haya clan of Hana Maui. Haunani Cooper was a Kamehameha graduate, a UH graduate at a time when there were very few women graduating from the university, and she became a public school teacher. She was a painter. She taught her children, her 5 children, Haunani Kay and her siblings, in a small schoolhouse-like kind of situation at their home, like so many of us had to do during the pandemic. And as a creative educator, she cultivated that creative spirit in her children from a very young age. And so Haunani Kay wanted to be a poet and began writing poetry from her earliest days, and she wanted to become a published poet. If you read her poetry, they help us to understand why she was the fiery advocate and the fierce fighter that she was. It was because of her love, her deep love for her family, for her aina, for her kupuna, for her classmates, for her cousins. She wrote so many love poems, or so many. And if you read her poetry, her 2 books of poetry, Light in the Crevice Never Seen and Night is a Shark Skin Drum, about 2/3 of all of her poems conjure water, both salt and fresh water, kai and vai, which is pretty astounding, I think. She loved the ocean, and almost all of those poems conjure the ocean in some way. She grew up with her siblings next to Kaneohebe, at an important wahipana for our people called Naoneala'a. She loved the beach at Waimanalo. She swam in the kai almost daily. Those of us who were her students remember her often trying to escape the stresses of being a fighter who was regularly harassed, threatened, stalked by going to the kai and letting all of those things wash away. So I want to just share a couple more of her poems to bring the water of her today. And this one is an excerpt from a poem called Sisters, which she wrote for her younger sister, Mililani Trask. And so when we think of them as those fierce leaders of the march in 1993, Onipa, I wanted us to also know the love that was between them as sisters. And so this is just one part of that poem. Doves in the rain, mornings above Kaneohe Bay, blue, sheen stillness across long waters gliding to Coconut Island. Channels of sound, color, rhythmic currents, shell picking, jellyfish hunting, squeals of mischief, oblivious in the calm. In every native place, a pair of sisters, driven by the sound of doves, the color of morning, defending life with a spear of memory. Haunani Kay actually published her first poem when she was in the 9th grade at Kamehameha schools in a literary magazine for students, and it was about the power of our kai, about the ocean. Back then, her classmates described her in the school newspaper as the, quote, triple threat of brains, beauty, and vivacity. She was, if you had a pleasure of knowing her personally, you wouldn't be surprised to know that her classmates voted her the most dramatic among her classmates. And she was an actress as well as a debater. In her poetry, she writes about the ocean, not just in general terms, but she writes about specific kai spaces, particular shorelines. She writes about the past abundance of these coastal areas. She laments how our ocean has become used for imperialist pathways, littered and choked with the dregs of empire. But then the kai also becomes a lover, embracing and penetrating. The water connects her to ōpua, to the many forms, the many bodies of our ōpua, to our own bodies. And it's no coincidence that the force that called Haunani Kay home after she had spent 10 years away from Hawaii during her 20s, she had lived most of that time in Madison, Wisconsin. So imagine her with a big cheese head cheering there in Madison. But she also lived for short periods in Iowa and Chicago and even Romania. So she was far from home. And so it was no surprise that what the force that called her home was kanaloa. And her mama used to cut newspaper clippings, you know, before the era of the internet and the World Wide Web, cut newspaper clippings of the struggle going on to save our island of Kaho'olawe and mail them to her and tell her, when are you coming home? You better get home. All of this is going on, and what are you doing away from here? And so it was her mama and her mama Aina Kanaloa that called her home. And she immediately became involved in the struggle to protect Kaho'olawe from 1978 onward. In particular, she was involved in the negotiations with the Navy. So she's remembered by the attorneys for the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana as probably the most dogged and most consistent force at the negotiation table with the Navy to negotiate the consent decree that allowed access to Kaho'olawe. And she did that while she was still finishing up her dissertation and teaching in a position where there was absolutely no job security, and doing all of this other community organizing. And she was there doing that work, not yet 30 years old. So aside from those years that she spent abroad, the kai was a constant for Kumu Haunani Kay throughout her life. In her poetry, she writes about how our ancestors reside in these waters, how they traversed these deep oceans, traveling in canoes from one life to the next, lamenting her own father traveling in one of those canoes. But also she knew that Kanaloa holds in death not just loss and tragedy, but also this remote and deep, perhaps unfathomably deep knowledge, as Lanakila talked about earlier today. So through her poetry, Kumu Haunani Kay grappled with the despair and the rage as a daughter of the survivors of what she described as a nearly apocalyptic genocide. But through her poetry, she also celebrated all of those who persisted, all of us here, and the kupuna who survived to get us here. She celebrated that oftentimes in her poetry in ways that were sensual, that were sexual. Imagine her as the kupuna, the kolohe kupuna, telling all the dirty jokes. And so here's one of her poems that is about that, the beautiful ways in which she celebrates how our bodies are connected with Aina and how those sensual, sexual expressions of who we are represents our productivity as a people, our ability to reproduce both physically and, as she says, in slyly reproductive ways. This poem is called When the Rain Comes. When the rain comes, put down your glass, leave the flowers, go into the marsh, let her winds find you and the great gray clouds roll down around you. Let the smoke fill up your eyes and the mists wet your breasts. Then fling off your last piece of colored cloth that she may take you. Haunani Kay-Trask o Laura Trask passed into the realm of our ancestors on July 3rd, 2021, and we gather here to honor her, to remember her. And I want to call up Ihilani Lasconia, who we've been waiting for since she was introduced. And Ihi's going to help me read a poem. So, Kumu Haunani Kay, we mourn the passing of her physical body and her transition into the realm of the ancestors, but we also celebrate that transition because we know that she is now with us in so many ways. She's not limited by her physical body. And she too meditated on her death. And the last poem in her collection, Light in the Crevice, Never Seen, is a poem called I Go by the Moons. And so Ihilani and I will read it today. Actually, her poem woven together with excerpts from one of Dr. Trask's favorite Palestinian poets, Fadwa Tukan, and that poem is called I Found It. I go by the trail of earth and green slivers of sun, pendulous rain.
I found it on a beautiful sunny day. I found it after great loss, fresh verdant soil, wet and flourishing.
I go by the dream trees, flame trees hissing and swaying. I go by the shores and coconut dunes, soft crab, sand in my heart.
I found it after great loss, an evergreen fresh bough in which birds seek refuge, protecting them in its shade. If a violent wind crosses it, thunderous and trembling, it bends slightly, twists before the wind. As the thunderstorm dies down, the limb levels out, its wet leaves quench of thirst. Its pliant body did not shatter.
I go by the temples, mele vines fresh with tears.
The branch remains as if its trials did not break it. It laughs with the beauty in all that it sees, in the radiance of a star, in the lightness of a breeze, in the sun, the dew, and the clouds.
I go by the taro, velvet-leafed God, flesh and mud. I go by the thrust of Konahuanui, his lava jet jeweled with fern.
I found it on a beautiful sunny day, after loss, after a long search, a lake, clear and tranquil. If at times its pure heart was lapped at by the wolves of mankind, or the winds of fate played in the lake and muddied it briefly, it cleared with the clarity of a crystal and became the moon's face, a pool of blueness and light, and all the darkness that has been extending blackly through my life, enfolding it night after night, is gone, buried in the grave of the past, since the day my soul found itself.
I go by the moons, expectant, feeling in the throat for the chanter. We will continue to chant your name, Haunani Kay-Trask or ōpua, and we know that like the moon, again you will rise.
Yeah, Kumu Noi. That's my Kumu, and I'm so proud. Okay. Oh, we're gonna swap mics real quick. Mahalo. Aloha ko o ka ihilani uhupani ko inoa o waimanala mai au a ka ike manawa kinohane au I ka aina ki e o manoa. Yeah. Okay, cool. Aloha. My name is Ihilani Lasconia, and I was asked to share a few words with you folks today. And something that Kumu Noi has made me think about and challenges me to think about constantly is this idea of ideology and genealogy, and in the words of Haunani Kay-Trask, being slightly reproductive. And as a wahine who is queer, who doesn't know if she will have biological children, something that I know that I can claim and pass on is this genealogy of air, this genealogy of thought. That being said, I'll share a poem with you folks first, and then we can talk story a little bit more. Yeah. They think we won't survive, like we haven't overcome genocide 3 times. They try to steal our minds, but and still I rise. Almost lost our whole world, and yet we're still here. The tip of the pen is the tip of the spear, taking up the fight of brain against brain. Our battlegrounds change, our kupuna the same. Our Ike they fear, these weapons of war, so I'll fight for this Aina until I'm a corpse. And then when I die, my ōpuna will fly off my shoulders. They stand so they reach for new heights. That poem was called Hulihia, and it talks about this regenerative birth, this revolution that we're all a part of. And as someone who is currently a student at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, one of the greatest kuleana or privileges that I bear is I'm a graduate research assistant alongside Kumu Noi and Dr. Kukunawai Ka'ala Wright. And it's my job as a graduate research assistant to work on the upcoming biography for our beloved Kumu Haunani Kay-Trask. So the words that I'll share with you today, and thinking about this genealogy and the succession of knowledge and air. So everything, keep in mind that everything that I'm saying isn't coming from just myself or my na'au, but these incredible and amazing women who have taught me and have raised me up to use my voice. And in the words of Kuni Jackson, when I think about a deoccupied Hawaii or a sovereign Hawaii, the best metaphor that she uses, in my opinion, is being hapai. It's carrying this child, so much so that we may not necessarily know what a deoccupied Hawaii is going to look like or what a sovereign future is going to look like for Native Hawaiians, but we can definitely guess the features that it has. And what I'm excited to share with you folks next are the things that I feel like we must be conscious of as we move forward into this new era of sovereignty, this era of sovereignty, I should say. And so the first point that I want to bring up and I want to talk about today, Lahui, is the fact that our sovereignty will never come at the consent or the recognition of America or American politics or the United Nations. And and that's not something that I'm going to harp on completely. But in the school and in the thought of Haunani Kay-Trask, we have to have a grip and an understanding and perspective on not just our sovereignty as it relates to American politics or us being deoccupied from America, but the pilina that we have with not just Hawaii nui ake or Moana nui ake, but the entire world. We have to understand that our sovereignty is going to come from the pilina that we have with folks that aren't our occupiers. So is everybody with that? This is more like a free-flowing conversation. Cool? We're good? Okay, mahalo. So first point, thank you, Kawena, is that our sovereignty and our air will never come at the consent of American politics. It has to be pilina. It has to be the relationships. And that's something that not just Kumu Haunani Kay-Trask understood, but our kupuna understood. We see this in these treaties and these relationships. we need to shift our focus and shift our strides to not just knowing about America, about our American politics, about our struggle with them, but our ties to liberation with those that America is also occupying. And we may be Hawaiian, Kanaka Maoli, Oiwi, however it is you want to call it. But the biggest thing that we need to understand is the pilina that we have to other indigenous groups. And I know that some people say we're indigenous or aboriginal or whatever, but the basis of our liberation is pilina. And that doesn't come from a treaty. It comes from you seeing me and us seeing the rest of the world. Our kupuna knows this. It wasn't just how Hawaiians existed in the world, but how the world responded to us. And so with that being said, one, we can't just identify our sovereignty and our struggles for liberation with American politics. We have to think beyond that. We have to be transnational as our kupuna were. Think about it. How many of us grew up in the DOE or education in Hawaii and we know nothing about the struggles going on in Palestine? We know nothing going on in the Pacific. That's intentional. We may be sovereign in our hearts, but our minds are still heavily American. And that's the heavy lifting that we need to do, Lahui. Because the biggest threat that we have to ourselves is to be free and then to be another America in the middle of the Pacific that does nothing but carry out all the harms that they've done to us onto our indigenous cousins. And I'm not afraid to name it. We see this in anti-Blackness towards our Micronesian cousins. Why are we betraying those that we would likewise be in solidarity with? And this just isn't my manao, but from the words of Joy Enomoto, an amazing Kanaka, Black, and Punjabi scholar, amongst many other things. We have to recognize and we have to decide that this pilina, that this relationship, is something that we're going to need to build. It's not just breaking the bond that we have with America, but deciding what we're going to use now that our lima are free. The next thing that I want to talk about to you folks today is something that's plaguing our sovereignty movement. And it's something that's hard to talk about, but not hard to name, and that's patriarchy. And I know that it's a word that seems haole or it seems foreign. And you know what? We didn't have a word for patriarchy, makolalo Hawaii. We didn't have a word for feminism, but it's because it's not a problem that we were facing. So to ignore the struggles that we have found ourselves in, but to say that they don't exist because the term doesn't exist in our language, it's ignorant. And in the words of Haunani Kay-Trask, it's willfully ignorant. We have to identify the ways in which patriarchy works. And we can see this in the lives of Kumu Haunani Kay-Trask and other amazing Black scholars such as R.G. Lord and Bell Hooks. These wahine who carried the movement on their shoulders, who birthed generations of aloha aina, have gotten sick way too young. We're losing kupuna that we should have had for decades more. Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm from Wamanalo, so I let him rip. Yeah. Anyways, we have to talk about this, and we see that if you are mahu in the Lahui doing movement work, if you're a wahine in the Lahui doing movement work, we're the ones who feed, we're the ones who malama the keiki, we're the ones who strategize, and it's causing us to burn out. We have to understand that patriarchy is a product of colonialism. It's what creates the military. It's what creates the tourism complex, the militarism complex, as I should say. We have to understand the social conditions that we're under. So when you hear the word patriarchy, when you hear the word feminism, don't say, that's not for me. I'm a true Hawaiian. That's haole. That's a haole school of thought. We have to understand how we've been conditioned to operate and act in such an American way, even in our strides for Hawaiian sovereignty. And going back to what I talked about before, it's about pilina. It's about this deep-seated relationship, and patriarchy disrupts all of that. So I could lecture for on and on about what patriarchy is, but I'll let you folks read Eros and Power by Haunani Kay-Trask. It's a beautiful book that talks about that. So one, understanding that our sovereignty and our strides for Ea cannot just be identified in American politics, but our relationship to America, but the pilina that we're choosing to build with the rest of the world, and how we need to start thinking about our sovereignty on a global scale. Second, we have to understand that in movement work and in organizing and in being Kanaka Maoli, we have to work to address the patriarchal structures that we are under. And just briefly speaking, patriarchy, it's such a complex thing to try and articulate, but it's not, because we see the ways in which that it hurts our wahine, it hurts our mahu folks, and it even hurts our kane. So we hear these mele, where are the brothers, where are the brothers, where are the brothers? One, they're harming our wahine and our mahu, but two, they're being harmed by patriarchy as well. And it's something that's hard to name, but it's something that I'm not afraid to say, because I don't want to see any more missing sisters or missing kupuna or missing queer folks, and I'm tired. We aren't going to sustain ourselves this way if we continue to live like this. Sorry, folks, with me? Cool. Okay, there's one more point. Sorry, I'm Portuguese and Hawaiian, so I can talk. But the last thing that I want to tell you folks is there's so much that I could say, and not necessarily that this is a warning, but we must be aware, we must be maka'ala to the ways in which Americanism and collective narcissism and individualism has seeped into our politics and in our organizing and our movement work. I'm here today to say that there's not going to be one kanaka who's going to lead us to liberation. It's not going to be a political org. It's not going to be a particular group. It's going to be a collective effort. So be wary of those who try to use our eha and our ike as a means to create a platform for themselves. We can do that. We love ea education. In fact, we love to say terms that just have ea in it, right? But we have to think about how everything must be done with the lahui in mind. We can have leaders, we can have mentors, but be warned, lahui, we cannot have celebrities. Please, it's gonna take all of us. And it's not to say that we can't stand out and shine in our own ways, but it's gonna take all of us, or it's gonna be none of us that get the future that we dream of. And going back to this deoccupied or sovereign Hawaii, I may not know what the future holds, but I do understand the things that I so intimately and so beautifully want to bring into this future. And it's one where we're connected to the rest of the Pacific and the rest of the world. It's one where we truly are able to engage in intimate relationships with each other that go beyond patriarchy. And lastly, it's one where we look up to each other and we don't illy put ourselves on pedestals or see those as like lahui celebrities who are going to bring us into this next era. On the Mauna, when we held the line, was anyone in front? No. And I know that a lot of different things came out of that movement, but understanding that Onipa is only done when we're together, when we're in this line, when we're holding each other, both mentally, spiritually, and physically. So with that being said, I just wanted to thank my amazing kumu who have come before me, Kumu Noelani Goodyear-Ka ōpua, Dr. Haunani Kay-Trask, who have allowed me to share this conversation and to hold this space with you folks today. And the last thing that I'll do is I'll share a couple of poems with you. And this next one was written about this metaphor of having or being hapai with a sovereign Hawaii. But it also talks about, or it's inspired by the work of Kumu Haunani Kay-Trask and the work that she did, even if we don't have biological children, and there's so much pressure for wahine and the lahui to be with another Hawaiian or to have Hawaiian keiki. I'm here to dispel that right now, because we are the ones who make mo'olalu, who make mo'oku awahau with not just our kino, but with our words and with our na'au. And so with that, here's the next poem that I have for you folks. And it's dedicated to Kuni Jackson and Dr. Haunani Kay-Trask. Liberation is birthed, not borrowed. We will never return them their normalcy. Raised by the hands of matriarchs, the mind is a womb that conceives paths to the revolution. We were not made to only bear children. Birthing pains apply when pushing for a nation unbound to patriarchy. What will our children look like unharmed by uncles, brothers, and fathers? What would our grandmothers have looked like if their fate not bound to the kane in their lives? What will I look like once healed from the heavy hand of Western masculinity? Love is not nuclear. Love is the revolution we dream of. This revolution will not be televised, but told through the lives of the wahine and mahu who carry us into this new world. This world, we're not looking for a flag to stake claim, but to truly see ourselves and each other, to truly know one another. And is it not our mothers who first called us by name? And so the last poem that I will share with you folks, it's a letter that I wrote, and it's inspired by Kumu Haunani Kay-Trask's poem on being slightly reproductive. And it's a letter that I wrote to my mo'opuna, whether they be biological or not. This is the last thing that I'll leave you folks with today. To my mo'opuna, I'm writing to you from a world that does not look like your own, but nevertheless, take comfort in these words because they are yours. They have grown in my bosom so that your makua could be fed with a love that so many had to fight to bring back into this world. And even though you may not know me in this life, you'll be nourished by me and our kupuna. Hold these words on the bows of your lips, so when you kiss your mothers, they are reminded of the 40 generations before them and the 40 generations that they will leave this world for. The life that I imagine for you is one that I'll give mine to create. There is no greater desire I have than for you to dream in our language. Though you are young, e kukulu oi ka hale no kaumau keiki, o maupupu ole o ne iala ko ka mea nui ko ka ko mo'o o lalo. My wildest dream will never be for you to go to college or earn a degree. You much more than that. Although that is the path that I have taken, I hope that in doing so, I have created more Allah for you to traverse. Oi aku ka mea nui o ka ike kupuna mamua ka aina e. Remember, you are of me and your mother's, but you are your own. Stand firm on the kohua you were given, but do not be afraid to add to this foundation. You will see further into the future than anyone who has become before you ever could. There are no gates for us to meet again. You come from a people who are boundless. There is no place on this earth that my love could not surround you. You live in a world I may never touch, but will never be out of reach. May my back be a bridge that connects you to the makua who have grown me, grown us. He ano oi, he koa oi, he ma makakaua oi. You are seeds. You are a grove of trees. You are a band of warriors. Mai makau, kulia valeno, no ka mea, pili o mea u, me ke aloha mai kalani, ihi. Mahalo.
Oh, now I'm on. What fabulosity we are. I don't know what the word is, but to have that come from someone of so young and yet so mature. The next young person that we're gonna call up, gonna share some mana'o with us and some song with us, comes from Hawaii Island, from the area of Panaeva. I'll let her go into some of her genealogy, but please put your hands together for Pule.
Wait, let me get the whole thing. Pule Perreira-Keawekane from Panaeva. Aloha, amara nice, Honolulu welcome for Pule.
We are not American! We are not American! We are not American! We are not American! Say it with your heart! We are not American! We are Hawaiians and we will die as Hawaiians! We will never be American! Familiar, yeah. Familiar. All the mana of that auntie and the queen she loved in this place, in this time today. Mahalo everybody for coming to this space. This is January 17th, 1893. And I just want to mahalo Ihilani for some really important mana'o that she shared. So many mana bombs from Ihilani. My whole name is Kiana Ihilani Ku'ule Perreira-Keawekane. And I really mahalo the idea of no celebrities out here. No celebrities. So all of the people that you follow on Instagram or you see them at the marches and you love their leadership as Hawaiians, you have to remember that exists inside of you. Inside of you. When you feel it in your na'au, when you watch us get arrested, and when you listen to the things that happen to the Queen, when you read her journals and you feel something, you grow that and join us. Because ma'ane ino kako keia kava, now is the time. And so I just want to really honor the aloha inside of our mo'ivahine. Today is the day that we honor an unfortunate event in our history, and that was the beginning. The overthrow didn't happen on January 17th, 1893. January 17th, 1893 was the beginning of the illegal occupation of this aina. No overthrow out here. No overthrow. Because mauno kako. Everybody say mauno. Mauno. Kako. Kako. Mauno. Mauno. Kako. Kako. Mauno. Mauno. Kako. Kako. That means we are still. We are still. And so this building behind us is where our mo'ivahine lived. This is where she breathed. This is where she wrote her poems and wrote her songs. And in one of these windows, it might be like frosted. I think if you stand out in the front, you might be able to see the window of the room she was held captive in for about like 8 months or something like that. And when she was in that room, she didn't curse or cuss the people that put her there. She was in deep, deep Pule. And so the noho heva, that was the illegal occupation, that is the illegal occupation, is still very real today. And it lives inside of us. And so there's fear sometimes, you know, when we're in, I don't know, Walmart, or when we're at the beach and we're 1 Hawaii to 200 haole. That's hard. But we have the kuleana to take that and grow it into a resistance and into a strength that will help us to stand up for what is pono for this aina. Because we come from a great people, they live in us and they are us, and we have to remember that. And so the most important thing I think for us to remember is that all of the disparity that we come from, yeah, like in our recent history, is new. The drug use, the alcoholism, the theft rates, how many of us are arrested. Hawaiians are known for being lazy. Hawaiians are never on time. All of those things are very new and they're not true. And we have to remember that for the young people. We are great, we are great, we are great. And 1893 was the beginning, but there was no end because mauno kako, right? We have to remember that, mauno kako. We belong here, kako. I don't care how many haole are around you, wherever you are. In your na'au, you have to chant to yourself, mauno kako, we're still here. We are still, mauno kako. And so, just ranting because it's just a big day, you know. My kupuna kane, he was John Henry Wise. And in 1895, there was the 17th, I'm sure today was plenty history, but for the guys who never catch them, the 17th or the 16th, yesterday, okay, January 16th, 1893, the United States Marines pulled up to Honolulu with their weapons aimed to the common people. The US Marines now. We are not American, don't forget that. The US Marines pulled up into Honolulu with their weapons aimed to the common people, and they threatened Lili'u that if she didn't depose her throne, they would shoot. They would harm the common people. And so on January 17th, she wrote a letter and was deposed from her throne temporarily. We're still in that temporary phase, okay? When that happened, the provisional government, the republic, all of that stuff happened after that, but we have to really remember that part, that Lili'u, mauno. And so I'm just sound checking this ukulele because I didn't come here to only flap my jaws, okay? Came here to sing some songs. More gain. I actually just got this ukulele about 20 minutes ago, so. Okay, that's a little bit reverb. You know, I wanted to say like 100 other things, but I know we have a program to get to, you know, over here. But I wanted to recap again when Dr. Krug, Kalehua Krug, came up and talked about, okay, we're not American, then what are we? Because we're Hawaii, right? A lot of us are super proud to say, hey, Hawaii, I am Hawaiian. I would die as a Hawaiian. I would never be American. Yeah, we love that, and we love the shirts, and we love the stickers. But what do we do now? Now we plant our food, and we become a maka'ala, and the maka'ala is aware, yeah? That's that word, aware. But the ala is an awakening. We must be awakened to the food that we eat. The things we put in our actual na'au, our personal na'au. Okay, we have to be aware of the way that we talk to our children, the way that we take care of our actual kupuna, our actual mama, our actual papa, our actual land. Yes, aloha aina, but what does your mala at home look like? How many huli do you have growing, even if it's just one in a pot? If you live in an apartment, yeah? Your personal aina, your personal kupuna, your personal air. Because Ihilani was right, it's not only about politics, we have to restore the air, restore the freedom in our own bodies, in our own minds, in our own families, in our own keiki, in our own positions. So that's where I'm gonna start singing now. Mekai, mahalo. You see the military's occupying Hawaiian land since 1893 when they invaded our sands, trying to stay afloat to raise our keiki sons and daughters. But in 2021, the Navy poisoned our water enough, demilitarized the occupied Hawaii, drain the tanks and clean up all the mess. No longer we suppress, now we chanted with our chests, drain the Red Hill tanks. I said it's time for an indigenous uprise. We see the fire burning children's eyes. Without clean water, nobody survives. So drain the Red Hill tanks. Descendants of the stars, Mama Kakawa Aina, Mama Aina, always defend, face against the concrete, pressure till I can't breathe, sacrifice my life, cause this Aina's all I am. Makaio kalile lile la kuha aheo e kuha vai mama kakaua o kuaina o ke e kakahia kahona o iwi o havaine no kula hui a vipau a iola ma no kula hui a vipau a iola ma. Mahalo kako. That's a good one. Okay, I just want to tell you something real quick, yeah. So one of the songs in there, how many of you heard that song before? Oh, some hands, my kai. One of the songs in there was published in an 1893 newspaper. Okay, so today is January 17th, 2022, and the song, one of the songs in that medley, was published in the February 21st newspaper of 1893. And the person who wrote that song, his name was Maluihi Kolohe Kahua Nenea Kapo'eo Waulani. It's a long name, yeah, but, or her, I don't know, could have been an auntie. But I just really mahalo this opportunity to spread those words out to you in this space. 120, what now, 129 years later. Just give a round of applause for Maluihi Kolohe Kahua Nenea Kapo'eo Waulani. I'll do one more mele aloha aina. Unless there's a hanoho, then maybe I'll do another one after that. But unless no more, then this is going to be the last one. This song is called Kaulana Napua. And I love to explain all the words of what that song means. But I want to talk about one line in particular, okay? The one line is, Ua lava mako ika pohaku. Okay, everybody say, Ua lava. Okay, wait now. I wanna say something to you. Especially if you're Hawaii in your mo'oku'auhau, especially if you're Hawaii in your bones, there's a maoli inside of you. It's like a fire, okay? And when we don't activate that maoli, it dies. It dies. So I'm giving everybody an opportunity to activate your maoli and participate in this part, okay? So activate your maoli, and with all that is in you, say, Ua lava, mako, ika pohaku, Ua lava, mako, ika pohaku. That means we are fine with the rocks that we have. Okay, we are fine with the rocks that we have. Let me tell you a little story. In 1893, when the Royal Hawaiian Band was told that they needed to, you guys know the Royal Hawaiian Band, yeah? Beautiful musicians. They might have played in this gazebo, Coliseum, bandstand. They might have been, the people I'm talking about, okay, this is not a fairy tale, everybody. It's important that you understand that. It's not a fake fairy tale from a long ago. It was recently, and it took place on this soil in front of these trees that we're looking at. It was recently. These kupuna trees, okay, these trees, they saw it with their own 8 eyes. Okay, so in this gazebo, there was a Royal Hawaiian Band. And the Royal Hawaiian Band was being told, okay, Liliuokalani is no longer your queen. You need to sign your allegiance to us. And they're like, Mabara, I ain't signing nothing to you. And the people said, if you don't sign your allegiance to us, you're going to be forced to eat rocks. You're not going to be able to afford any of the things that you need to feed your family. And the Royal Hawaiian Band collectively said, we would rather eat rocks than sign that paper. We're not doing it. And so the Royal Hawaiian Band marched over to Ellen Prendergast Wright's house. And they told her what was happening, and she helped them to write a song about the way they felt about their beloved queen and their Aina Aloha. So every time you hear this song and you sing this song, you remember that. kaina kaina ia mai ana kapuana no kapo e ia aloha I kaina mahope mako lili ulani aloha e kapano kaina kaina ia mai ana kapuana no kapo e ia aloha I
Yes, I'm gonna have to do one more.
Get some echoing going on over here. There we go. Okay. Thank you guys for that, Hanoho. I was really hoping you'd say that. If you want to be really cool, you can say Himeni ho. Himeni ho, because the Kupunas, they used to say that. Hana, what you doing? No, Himeni ho. Himeni ho, ikika himele. Himeni ho, it means sing another, sing again. You guys might know this song. Actually, I don't know what it's called, but it's a pretty well-known song, yeah? And I want you to look at all Hawaiian songs, especially ones that came before your time, as an opportunity to see air, to see freedom, okay? So every Hawaiian song, even Brother Is Somewhere Over the Rainbow, you makavalu that, you look deeper into it and say, what were my kupuna really saying? What were they really saying? Because no way they was just talking about dancing, you know? So this song, it goes, ehuli mako, ehuli mako, ko maka ko lima, ame ko kinoe, e aloha mai. Okay, so what we're told is that this song is about a dancing. Ehuli mako, we should dance together, we should turn together, you know? But this word mako, it means us, not them. That's what mako means. If this auntie was talking about everybody come dance, she would say ehuli kako. But that's not what the song is. It's ehuli mako. So it says ehuli, and huli means to overturn. I think there was a poem that someone shared, huli here. Yeah, huli, it means to completely overturn. Like completely overturn our government back to our hands. Completely overturn our intestines back to kalo and ulu and uala and poke. Completely overturn our inability to keep our tempers. Yeah, we can manage our emotions like our kupuna did in mana. So all of those things are the huli. Huli as in the kalo. Huli as in physically turn your hands to the ground, plant it in the ground, work the ground. That kind of huli, okay? So ehuli mako is talking about the Hawaiis. Mako, ehuli mako. Ko maka, your eyes. Ko lima, your hands. Ame ko kinoe, your whole body. Your eyes, in what you see, in what you watch, how much time you spend on the TikToks and the Instagrams. Ko maka, the things you see and the things you experience. Go experience some aina somewhere someday, yeah? Ko maka, ko lima, and your hands, what you do with your hands. Ho'o Hawaii, ko maulima. Remember, make your hands to remember Hawaii things. Ame ko kino, and your whole body. Return your na'au to the food of our people. All of those things, okay? E aloha mai. And so that's just my mana'o on that song. I never know the auntie who wrote it. She could have just been talking about everybody dance, you know? But that's how. If I can remember the chords, I'm going to sing it. Okay, here we go. Ehuli mako, ehuli mako, ko maka ko lima, ame ko kinoe,
makakolima ame kokino
Oh, how about that? I'm telling you, young people, this next generation, you know, she's probably my Kiki, my son's age, so we have to support that, push that through. Oh, let me take this off. So we have somebody else coming up next. I don't know where he is. Kekoa, are you here? Kekoa, I thought I saw you. Is he ready or we gotta talk? But he's coming. Oh, okay. So while he's coming, everybody, one more time, how about a nice round of applause for this lady sitting right here, Miss Healani Sonoda-Pale. She had the vision to do this. And the team, everybody over here that took care of us from setting up the bandstand as we pay tribute to Auntie Haunani, and also to everybody that came this morning to set up, all the guys that kept us hydrated. And thank you again to all of you who so graciously abided by all the rules, because I saw some of you eating back there. And you know, I just found out that we can eat, not on this lawn, but we can eat on that lawn over there. But, you know, it's kind of how some of the rules are. So, but I hope by you coming today and listening to not only people like Dr. John Osorio, but also like our young people here, that it will motivate you, that it will help you to motivate your children or your grandchildren or your nieces and nephews to do exactly what, where is she? Pule, Ihilani, to get out there, to speak, to learn, and then when they've learned, to share the manao, because there are so many things that are going on with our lahui today. Not just Red Hill and the water, their land that is rightfully ours, and we know it is. And so if you have that opportunity to share, to get out there, and I keep mentioning the neighborhood boards, the legislature is going to convene in a couple of days. If you don't know who your senator is or who your representative is, please find out. capital.hawaii.gov is the website. Top right-hand corner, it says, find your legislator. I bet you guys know how I know that, right? Because I started looking already for mine. because I wanted to know what my rep was doing about being part of shutting down Red Hill, what the rep in my area was doing about getting our lands back and taking them back from people who weren't doing anything with it but killing our land. So if today, January 17, 2022, motivates you to start asking, to start looking to see how you can be part of the movement, how you can just, as one person, start doing something for your lahui, then go home, put a red check on today's date, mark your calendars and start doing it. If you have a chance to put your keiki in an immersion school and learn ōlelo, don't be like me. I had to go back to school in the evening because my sons were speaking. They were every time they wanted to talk about me, it was in ōlelo, and I had to go and learn. I was 42 years old when I had to go back to school in the evening to learn, just so I could listen to what my keiki were saying. So if you have mo'opuna, and I see the keiki down here, this is your opportunity. Find the schools, find the teachers where you can help perpetuate our culture. Oh, sorry, Helen, that's not what I was meant to do, but please, don't just let today be the day that you came down and you got to enjoy the nice shade out here and you got to enjoy the beautiful weather here at Ihilani Palace. Let this day, the day that we pay tribute to Dr. Haunani Kay-Trask, the day that we have speakers like Dr. John Osorio and Dr. Kalehua Krug come and share their mana'o with us. Let it be the day that you decide, yes, I'm gonna find out what I can do to help my community be a better community. What can I do to help my lahui be better? Anyway, are we ready? Oh, okay, Kalamai, you guys should have just said Auntie, let's go. Everybody, put your hands together. Kekoa, right? Kekoa Torres, everybody, one more time, put your hands together.
Aloha, everybody. Ogono Kekoa Lopez Torres. No mauna laha mai au. So grateful to be here today to perform in all of our over here at the palace, and to spread some aloha mele, Hawaii mele. Not really too good at explaining all my songs, but this first song I like to do the song my grandfather always used to sing to me when I was younger. My grandfather was Wilfred Portnoy Lopes, and he taught me a lot about music and a lot about being Hawaiian and all the things that us Hawaiian people do, for our families, for everything that we do every day. And I like to do this song for him, Yellow Gingerly. Oh
Pule Iawapui mele mele Ipui apeke ala ona Ohi kavana ohia oe E pule Iawapui You're as lovely as can be, my yellow ginger lace. My heart is yearning for you, my Iawapui. Haina ia mai anaka puana Pule Iawapui mele mele o helo I Kapahua Haina ia mai anaka puana Pule Iawapui mele mele o helo I Kapahua.
This next song, I don't know how much time we get up here. I don't like take up too much of the time up here. I know a lot of people like share their mele and share their manao with everybody. So this next song I like for I like to call our brother Makaio over here. If maybe he can bless us with one mele hula for us here. Oh, bye. You know.
Upu e ihopa ene hana One ana o ese kupoli Upu e ihopa ene hana One ana o ese kupoli Ehe ala noe mai ana Aue aku ulei e roselani Ehe ala noe ki kayaku Aue aku ulei e roselani Malini oe malini au Makano se ka auarai ka maaina Malini oe malini au Makano se ka auarai ka maaina Aina oyu me au Ka pono I ka he no ho pai pai Aina oyu me au Oh somebody sitting in my
mahalo kayo, mahalo.
Yeah. Well, always.
I don't know what they said. I hope I'm not holding anybody up, but we'll do 1 or 2 more minutes. I know it's okay this time. I like to do this song that I just really fell in love with it. I've been hearing it all my life, but this song was, I believe it was written by Dennis Poval, and I believe the name is ōpua, and we all know the meaning of that beautiful words there, and that's what we're doing here today, trying to spread the beauty of this aina, the beauty and aloha of everyone. Thank you everyone for coming out and supporting this beautiful event, and so grateful and proud to be here. And also like to introduce my bass player over here, my brother-in-law Pule. Thank you to him for backing me up over here. Yeah, and the song will go something like this. Oh, now brother is gone, I must carry on, singing the manao with the people that we sing to. And every time we connect the pillar, we just go on and on, singing of the aina and aloha that is gonna be gone. And one day the brother told me, come on, let's start a band. We might lose everything we've got, but hopefully not the land. And the brothers and sisters sang along till everybody knew that song. Ua mau te ao kainai kapolo, Onipa ua mau te ao kainai na opio. Ua mau te ao kainai kapolo, started to jam at a one-night stand, the brother and I in the band. Then one morning I was waking up, I knocked on the door from a friend. He said the brother is gone, he's gone for good. I didn't know that he was. Like Ihilani was a brave young man, but I didn't get to talk to the man. And the brothers and sisters sang along till everybody knew that song. Ua mau te ao kainai kapolo, Onipa ua mau te ao kainai na opio. Ua mau te ao kainai kapolo, Onipa ua mau te ao kainai na opio. Mahalo. All right. Okay, we're going to do one more song for you guys. I'd like to ask my sister Kaui if she can come out and dance this hula for us right over here. One of our songs that we always did for my papa, and so blessed. 3 years ago, I believe, we was here with my grandfather, and I played music there too, and You know, I miss him so much, you know, and all I get left is my family and the memories that we have. So, you know, I'm so grateful to have this talent that he left behind with us. And I like sharing with my sister. I like her come up here. And, you know, when we was little kids, everywhere we went, I had to play one song, but I was looking for my sister because at least my sister can dance on hula and I got to play and sing one song. Not too bad, right? So thank you, Tita. Anyway, this is my sister, Kaui Ōpua. Give her a big round of applause, guys. I'm going to take you guys over to this place on the east side of this beautiful island of Oahu. We're going to go over to Laie with this song, Laie Kawai.
Paliuli o kanani Helue kahi no paliuli Aya Aya laie ikawai Eo Kanani Helue kahi o paliuri Kaumai Kaumai la ke ali Eo Eo Aina Aina Ibai Kapuana Eo Eo O Kaweya Kalehua O Paliuli O Kanani Peruenai O Paliuli
Hello everybody, my name is Kaleo. So thankful and happy for being out here. Share some music with you guys. Right there next to me, I get my brother Kumu. Such a blessing for me out here and see all you guys out here. So grateful for this life we live. Mahalo kia ōpua. Mahalo. It's a song called Couldn't Take No More.
Another road built on sacred land, another hotel gone upon our birth sands. So where have all of our Ali gone? Maybe they'll return when you sing this song. They took the land, they took aloha, so they took our queen even though they didn't know her. Suppressed the kaika and then kupuna, broke the ohana, but they couldn't take the mana. But they couldn't take the mana. Another road built on sacred land, another hotel gone upon our birth sands. Where have all of our Ali gone? Maybe they'll return when they hear this song. They took the land, they took aloha, they took our queen even though they didn't know her. Suppressed the kaika and then kupuna, broke the ohana, but they couldn't take the mana. But they couldn't take the mana. Another puka in the mountainside, another bone move for a faster ride. Where have all of our old ways gone? Maybe you'll bring them back when you hear this song. They took the land, they took aloha, they took our queen even though they didn't know her. Suppressed the kaika and then kupuna, broke the ohana, but they couldn't take the mana. But they couldn't take the mana. Took the land, they took aloha, they took our queen even though they didn't know her. Suppressed the kaika and then kupuna, broke the ohana, but they couldn't take the mana. But they couldn't take the mana. This next song is called Icy Love, and most of the music I write I like to share about, love, about loving each other. Everybody love everybody. And this one is called Icy Love. Share all my aloha with all you guys out there. got friendship, we got forgiveness, cause we're not perfect. We got happiness, we got friendship, we got forgiveness, cause we're not perfect. I see love, I see joy, I see laughter. I see love, I see joy, I see laughter. Many miles I will go for these relationships that I hold. I will pray for a beautiful day. I will serve in the Lord's army. Father, please continue to rain blessings. Yeah, cause we got happiness, we got friendship, we got forgiveness, cause we're not perfect. We got happiness, we got friendship, we got forgiveness, cause we're not perfect. I see love, I see joy, I see laughter. I see love, I see joy, I see laughter. I watch my mother pray in the night, asking a good Lord for safety against the evil adversary. And I love His plan, the families can be together forever. Lord, give us peace through the stormy weather. Oh, Hannah makes me smile forever and ever. Let's seal my family together. Help us welcome one another, for we are loyal to each other. Cause we got happiness, we got friendship, we got forgiveness, cause we're not perfect. We got happiness, we got friendship, we got forgiveness, cause we're not perfect. I see love, I see joy, I see laughter. I see love, I see joy, I see laughter. I see love, I see joy, I see laughter. I see love, I see joy, I see laughter. We got friendship, we got forgiveness, cause we're not perfect. We got happiness, we got friendship, we got forgiveness, cause we're not perfect. I see love, I see joy, I see laughter. I see love, I see joy, I see laughter. This next song was the first song I ever wrote, called We Chanting, and it's one song that means a lot to me, a lot to my people. This song never changed how it feels in my heart. It's strong, bro. I hope you guys love this song too. We Chanting, Kalamoro. Once again, mahalo Kekoa for making me on Hawaii, for putting me here at this specific time. So grateful for everybody out there. See that this one's for my people all upon the mauna. From the Kikioka aina up to my kupuna and nana. Front lines we're standing and we ain't going nowhere. So you can bind my hands right here. Yeah, see the wicked man, them a come and sin away. I land the wicked man, them a steal my money from my hands. And the governor, see the system is so corrupt. I only TMT upon a mountain top. We chanted Ku Kia Imauna. Hawaiians, we must fight for Mauna Kea. We chanted Ku Kia Imauna. Hawaiians, we must stand for our sacred Aina. We chanted Ku Kia Imauna. Kanaka, we must fight for Mauna Kea. So we chanted Ku Kia Imauna. Kanaka, we must stand for our sacred Aina. And mahalo to my kupuna for protecting and preserving wake up aloha. For all my ohana and kanaka representing si aloha aina e ala e na mamona kia I ona aina le ali I e o e ala e na mamona kia I ona aina le ali I e o Kia Imauna. Hawaiians, we must fight for Mauna Kea. I said we're chanting Ku Kia Imauna. Kanaka, we must stand for our sacred Aina. We chanting Ku Kia Imauna. Kanaka, we must fight for Mauna Kea. We chanting Ku Kia Imauna. Kanaka, we must stand for our sacred Aina. Hey, 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 hey. Whoa, hey, 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 hey. Whoa, oh, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. So we're listening to the mo'olelos from Nakupuna. So we're standing on the front line representing the Aina. Kia Imauna, all of them are chanting at the island. So we fight with Kapahua, use the what do they want? What do they think? Them only want we take away everything. What do they want? To find the truth within. Kia is stand strong for the blessings it will bring, and we chanting Ku Kia Imauna. Hawaiians, we must fight for Mauna Kea. We chanting Ku Kia Imauna. Kanaka, we must stand for our sacred Aina. We chanting Ku Kia Imauna. Hawaiians, we must fight for Mauna Kea. We chanting Ku Kia Imauna. Mahalo. Okay. Can. Nah, that's good, brother. Mahalo. Good, brother. Take you to Monaco area now. My home. I sit down I'm just a Molokai boy. I said I'm just a Molokai boy. Oh, well, I'm just a Molokai boy rocking over here. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yes, we're riding on this windy breeze. Yeah. I said we're riding on this long hard journey. Yeah, so many things that your eyes can see. So do not waste it on technology. But it's a generation that's rising. So they go outside and give aloha to the tree that gives you the oxygen so you can breathe. I hate living in this Kapahua city. Said I wanna go home where I can be so free. Oh, you know, they're suffocating me. Said I'm marching to this a green valley, or deep mocha and a jam reggae beat. Said I'm marching to a green valley, or deep mocha and jam reggae beat. Oh, well, I'm just a Molokai boy. I said I'm just a Molokai boy. I said I'm just a Molokai boy rocking over here. Yeah, yeah. I said I'm just a Molokai boy. Well, I'm just a Molokai boy. I said I'm just a Molokai boy rocking over here. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. Too many wrong decisions made in the past. Well, I roll one up, yes, to the left I pass. Out with my boys, we will never go to class. Oh yes, I knew that this would never last. And at the year that I turned 12, I was sent away into the foreign land to learn and educate myself about these things that I could never understand. But this was me living life with no plan. Said this was me, and from reality I ran. But life is good, yes, life is beautiful. I feel the vibes and let the good times roll. Said life is good, yes, life is beautiful. Just feel the vibes and let the good times roll. Oh, well, I'm just a Molokai boy. I said I'm just a Molokai boy. Oh, well, I'm just a Molokai boy rocking over here. Yeah, yeah. I said I'm just a Molokai boy. I said I'm just a Molokai boy. Oh, well, I'm just a Molokai boy rocking over here. I said I'm just a Molokai boy. Oh, well, I'm just a Molokai boy. I said I'm just a Molokai boy rocking over here.
Mahalo, Ana. Mahalo.
Oh, did I hear a Hana Ho? Because I exit the stage. All right, and we gotta do better than that. If you want a Hana Ho, let's put your hands together for Ke'alamo, Laura, and Kumu.
I'm breathing strong, loving my woman and singing songs. On my knees I say a prayer for mama. Love talking story with Kaikena. We working hard 6 days a week. Then I take a rest and let the angels speak. The rain is falling but the grass grows green. A storm is raging but I count my blessings. Oh, 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 yeah. I said Jah loves you and I love him too. Let his hope shine on you. Trodden by faith and not by sight. Down barefoot, hypocrites and parasites. Jah loves you and I love him too. Let his hope shine on you. Trodden by faith and not by sight. Down barefoot, hypocrites and parasites. I'm from the north where the winds blow strong. Raised in the sun singing Uncle Maya songs. Picked up my tools and I dropped on my toys. Said I hope you're ready for this homestead boy. Moloka Iyo, yes it's my home. Never want to leave, never ever want to go. And I said, Jah loves you, and I love him too. Let his hope shine on you. Trodden by faith and not by sight. Don't be fooled, hypocrites and parasites. Jah loves you, and I love him too. Let his hope shine on you. Trodden by faith and not by sight. Don't be fooled, hypocrites and parasites. Once again, mahalo everybody. Always remember that your Hana love you. This Aina love you. Give everything you got for this Aina. But this Aina gonna take care of you. You, your Kiki's Kiki. Mahalo kia koa. Yes, sir. Mahalo.
How about it one more time, everybody, for Keala Maunua and Pu'unui. Stay tuned because we have one more entertainer coming on and it's truly worth the wait. I was just told that the flower arrangements that grace our stage today, if you would like to take one or a couple of them home, you may take them after we're done. We have Aha coming up at 5 o'clock, so shortly after Aha, if you'd like to take any of the arrangements, please help yourself. The potted plants, which are the ones that are wrapped in the purple material, are not available to go home with anybody but the owner. But you are welcome to help yourself to the arrangements. We do have one more performer before Kamakakehau. And if you're ready, brother? All right, put your hands together for Hawaiian Soldier.
Test, check. How's everybody feeling?
My right, my right. I give it all I got, and then I give it one time. Yeah.
Well, I've been battling these demons inside of me for some time, and they give me dedication that everything is fine, but they don't see perfection because they look into my eyes. Call him, hang on.
This is my right.
Sorry, first time doing it with my minus ones like this, so. Kalamai.
I do it from the heart. I do it from my bloodline. This is my right. This is my right. I give it all I got. 'Cause in life you get one shot. Yeah.
Well, I've been battling these demons inside of me for some time. They give me medication, tell me everything is fine. But they don't see depression when they look into my eyes. Then I don't have many friends and I'm only going out at night. Sipping on that Henny, trying to open up my mind. Survival of the hitters and they're on the... Color Maya, small kind, little bit shy, shock like that.
So this is my rights and this is my grind. I do it for my bloodline and this is my time. I do it from the heart and I give it all I got. 'Cause in life you only gonna get one shot. This is my rights and this is my grind. I do it for my bloodline and this is my time. I do it from the heart and I give it all I got. 'Cause in life you only gonna get one shot. Well, I've been battling these demons inside of me for some time. They give me medication, tell me everything is fine. But they don't see depression when they look into my eyes. And I don't have many friends and I'm only going out at night. Sipping on that Henny, trying to open up my mind. Survival of the fittest and the bar was set high. Had to make a couple adjustments into survival. 'Cause half the time I feel like I don't wanna be alive. Whole world is coming down, the pain is all around me. I don't look for trouble, so I don't know how it found me. Always keep my head down and never made a sound. See, I was always worried of what people thought about me. This is my rights and this is my grind. I do it for my bloodline and this is my time. I do it from the heart and I give it all I got. 'Cause in life you only gonna get one shot. This is my rights and this is my grind. I do it for my bloodline and this is my time. I do it from the heart and I give it all I got. 'Cause in life you only gonna get one shot.
Perfected my preparation to handle my situation. Keep moving, don't get complacent. I'm showing them dedication. I'm always about the nation, not worried of what you're thinking. Down, no hesitation. The town is what I'm shaking. I always put it down now when I'm rocking in the booth. Reckless and relentless, and I'm always speaking truth. Do it for the nation, 'cause I'm proud of my root. So I'm dropping education every time to the youth. Let them know just where we're from and how it all changed. How they overthrew the kingdom and they put a queen in chains. Took away our freedom, but our pride still remains. Got the blood of my ancestors flowing through my veins.
This is my rights and this is my grind. I do it for my bloodline and this is my time. I do it from the heart and I give it all I got. 'Cause in life you only gonna get one shot. This is my rights and this is my grind. I do it for my bloodline and this is my time. I do it from the heart and I give it all I got. 'Cause in life you only gonna get one shot. This is my right. My right. This is my time. This is my right. This is my time.
My right.
Hey, Kalamaya, Kaku, Kalamaya. No matter how many times we step on stage, being in front of you folks is always, it's on test, hands down, especially on the palace grounds. Beautiful place to be in. Right now, I get all kinds of spirits flowing through me, so Kalamaya on that one, yeah? You ready? Where's my iron? Let's go.
I know I put my heart into it every chance that I get. See, rhyme spit a go-getter with a Polynesian twist. Work hard for my queen and the both of our kids, so I can build a better future for us like my father did. Yo, time is only borrowed, don't ever take it for granted. Stay true to your roots, or we keep your feet planted. You don't wanna wander off in the pain, the cost. So many good warriors, lives we've lost, and I'll be sitting reminiscing about the times we shine when we all get together, united and from the line. Protectors of the Aina every day and night. Just look for the Kanakas with their flags up high.
And I was born and raised,
yeah, right here in the island.
People were chains,
from poverty and violence.
And they want us to refrain,
and then I'll remain silent.
So I stepped in the game
to keep Hawaii.
I was born and raised,
yeah, right here in the island.
When my people were chains,
from poverty and violence.
And they want us to refrain,
and then I'll remain silent.
So I stepped in the game
keep Hawaii. As I take a look around me, I feel pride on the faces of the ones who are them warriors. Friends and ohana here, nobody is a stranger. Love and respect to all the Kanaka Rangers. Ready for the war, now it can come at any time. Kupuna standing stronger, rested on the front line. Feeling like a criminal walking a fine line. Yes, I am Kanaka, when did that become a crime? They didn't want to hear me, so I had to flood the system. Bad because my music spreads the knowledge and the wisdom. Passion and delivery to make sure that it hits them. My ancestors' wildest dreams, you want to come and get some. You're right here in the island. For poverty and violence.
They want us to refrain,
and then I'll remain silent.
So I stepped in the game.
Keep Hawaii.
I was born and raised,
yeah, right here in the island.
People were chains,
for poverty and violence.
And they want us to refrain,
and then I'll remain silent.
So I stepped in the game.
It was all a dream. I woke up, it was 1893. January 17th, I'm ready to bleed. They gunning down our officers, not right in the streets. And they just doing what they're supposed to do, protecting our queen. Reluctantly, she gave in to all the illegal actions. Knowing that when the leader heard the truth, he'd take action. Little did we know he was the lesser of the fraction. If we knew, then we would have never stopped blasting. My pride is everlasting, help me to keep traction. No need your apology, he signed it, he was laughing. Young, I was taught to be bold and get active. Represent my culture no matter the circumstances.
I was born and raised,
right here in the island.
People wear chains,
for poverty and violence.
And they want us to refrain,
and then I'll remain silent.
So I stepped in the game
to keep Hawaii.
I was born and raised,
yeah, right here in the island.
My people wear chains,
for poverty and violence.
And they want us to refrain,
and then I'll remain silent.
So I stepped in the game
to keep Hawaii.
I was born and raised,
yeah, right here in the island.
My people wear chains,
for poverty and violence.
And they want us to refrain,
and then I'll remain silent.
So I stepped in the game
to keep Hawaii.
I was born and raised.
Mahalo, love you guys, mahalo, appreciate it.
Pull up, let me tell you a little bit where I'm from. I'm from a concrete jungle.
It's the last one, Spence. It's the last one.
I said to pull up, let me tell you a little bit where I'm from.
Where I'm from, yeah.
Where the land was stolen from the people and the Hawaii.
Let's go.
Kingdom.
Let me tell you where me come from. A paradise surrounded by Pacific Ocean. I said now put you in a trance and have you in a motion. Said have you cruising up and down the North Shore, man. Got me looking for a place to paddle out and get down. I said the sun is getting heavy, feeling like I'm a drown. And I'll be chilling sunset where the Hui is found. Or I'll be waiting in your waters, just a king with no crown. I said they didn't hear me then, but they're feeling me now. Blessed just like the Kaleo, I come from underground. Hit you with the sound and got you moving around. Representing for the people, put it down for the crown.
Pull up, let me tell you a little bit where I'm from.
Where I'm from, yeah.
I'm
from a concrete jungle in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Down in the Pacific Ocean.
Pull up, let me tell you a little bit where I'm from.
Where I'm from, yeah.
Where the land was stolen from the people and the Hawaiian kingdom.
Hawaiian kingdom. I'm from the siding of the island where the sun rise. The ko'olau's on my backyard, I'm throwing up that east side. Paddles up, blades deep, that's how we ride. Navigating through the stars and the moonlight. Catch me on the west side, dubs up all day. Glad I didn't have to sign, I can do this my way. These are my words and ain't nobody gonna change them. Never turn my back on the people for the fame, bruh. Always stay grounded and humble but not soft. And ready for the war, and if they wanna pop off and they pick the wrong ones, we got so much pride, and we all ready to die, not just to keep it alive.
Pull up, let me tell you a little bit where I'm from.
Where I'm from, yeah.
I'm from a concrete jungle in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Down in the Pacific Ocean.
Pull up, let me tell you a little bit where I'm from.
Where I'm from, yeah.
Where the land was stolen from the people and the Hawaiian kingdom.
Hawaiian kingdom. I walk around with my hoodie up so nobody can find me, but I'm always loaded just in case they wanna try me. Lyrics I'll be spitting them so no one can deny me. Only speak the truth, now crooked money couldn't buy me. Born and raised a hustler, book smart, streetwise. Got an education and then found out it was all lies. Corrupted our curriculum, no talk of being colonized. Never learned the truth if we're taught by the same guys. Choking us for too long, stripped us of our birthright. Banned our native language and our future wasn't too bright. Kanakas are resilient, we adapted to this new life. Living like the conqueror, we'll fight until we all die.
Pull up, let me tell you a little bit where I'm from.
Where I'm from, yeah.
I'm from a concrete jungle in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Down in the Pacific Ocean.
Pull up, let me tell you a little bit where I'm from.
Where I'm from, yeah.
Where the land was stolen from the people and the Hawaiian kingdom.
Down in the Hawaiian kingdom. Mahalo nui, everybody. Love everybody, yeah? Mahalo nui. Appreciate it.
Oh, Kalamai. One more time, everybody, for Hawaiian Soja. Put your hands together. And now, waiting in the wings is Kamakawiwoʻole Fernandez. I think we're going to bring them up and get them hooked up, but don't forget, after we're done with today's festivities, you are welcome to take home any of the floral arrangements on the stage. So please help yourself. Don't be ashamed. And if you haven't already visited Dr. Haunani Kay-Trask's memorial up in the bandstand, please do so. There is a QR code. If you're not able to look at everything, please scan the code and you can take a look at it at your own leisure. So thank you so much. We've got a few minutes before Kamakawiwoʻole Fernandez joins us center stage. Mahalo. All right. Well, thank you everybody for spending the day with us. And I also like to send a big shout out to OEV TV. They've been here all day with us. So how about a nice round of applause for our camera guys here? Well, as we draw our afternoon to a close for this 2022 Onipa celebration, one more time, please put your hands together for Kamakawiwoʻole Fernandez.
Oh, now, nai, kahalame, kalehua. He halelehua no yana kanoe. O kano ye ano ine, heli ane, hoio ka hiki mai. Ha hiki mai o ko hiki puno me ke aloha. Aloha, aloha, aloha. Elina mai ka ko me ke aloha. Hau oli po akahia o ko aloha. Mahalo kia kua no keia la nani no hoi, keia po mai kai, hiki a kako ke hui pū, e ho hana hano i na o kako mo i o liliu o kalani. He la pū me ka ho hano hano i, Ke kanaka makainoa or Martin Luther King Jr. Okay? We gotta represent all the lahuis. No pae. Ke ala hele o Yesu ihala hai apuai e ke kanaka o io hano hano kaula nai hawai vai Pande mai e kaohio e puhu haku mai kai e aha hoi a e hala haku ai i loa ai ke ola mau e haave lilo i ko mau vai vai uli hai mai au i loa ai ke ola mau i a ove e haave lilo i ko mau vai vai uli hai mai au i loa ai ke ola mau Let me walk to paradise with you, Lord. Take my hand and lead me there. All my earthly treasures I would gladly give. Teach me how to love and how to share. Greed and lust and vanity were mine, Lord. But now I found your love divine. Now I'm on my knees, I pray to find a way. Let me walk to paradise with you. I'm going to share a few mele that I grew up listening to and learning about being in Kaiapuni in the Hawaiian Language Immersion School. A beautiful song by Anakala Lale Kimura of Hawaii Island. Speaking of the beautiful people of Hawaii, na kulaiwi o Hawaii nei. Bika ho'mana'o ana I ko kako kuleana. Yeah, remembering our responsibilities as kanaka, whether it's po'e oiwi or po'e aloha aina. Yeah. So Eakeia Mele, and another song titled He Hawaii Au. Beautiful song composed by Uncle Ron Rocha, reminding us of his home here in Hawaii. He traveled actually around the world, and he composed this song while he was away to remind him and keep him grounded of his kuleana. Mai ka pi'ina akala iha eha e ai kalole olu ole hua e alu koha mai e mamo aloha na nana e kuai Hai ke mea unau iwi I kukula hui He pule ana o ka oiwi O ka I makana o lelo He Hawaii Thank you. Mahalo. Well, it really is a true honor to be here on these grounds, to return on these grounds. I'm not too sure that many know my mo'olelo, you know, but it's often quite interesting when I step on the stage. For those who aren't so kama'aina with who I am, my name is Kamakawiwoʻole Fernandez. I come from the island of Maui, and I actually have been hanai, as we say, adopted actually into the beautiful Hawaiian culture where my, you know, what I stand for, why I choose Hawaiian music is of course because of my education in hula kaiapuni, as well as paying homage to my ohana, my family, ka ohana nai ole no Hawaii, Maui, everywhere else. But it truly is an honor to be able to carry Hawaii's stories to music. This next mele I want to share with you is a song that taught me about coming together and bringing it together. Taught me my kuleana as a steward of Hawaii. Even though the brother may not look as Hawaiian, but pu'uwai is all the way, yeah? Yes, it is. And it's all a kuleana of bringing us together, uniting the world. So eia keia mele, kakau ia e ana ke haunani a pole ona no ke ia no na poe o Hawaii. He mele ke ia kapa o alulike kako. If there's any hula out there, you would like to hula mai, this beautiful song alulike e olu olu. Haere mai.
Kumu e ho'olo he mai e o lelo ono kapo Nana kuni ke kumu harai e ho'olo he mai e pa'a hawa hai hana me kalima e pa'a hawa hai hana me kalima e aluli ke mai aho e na oiwi o hale i na pua mai ole a pua nani e aluli ke mai aho e na oiwi o hale i na pua mai ole na pua mai ole na pua mai ole
Straight from the Pule folks. Okay, for the reason we're all here, the reason why we definitely chose to wear pone today. Eia ke ia mele no lili'u. Classic song, e lili'u e. E lili'u no Haunani mai ho kino e ki mililani e lili'u e no Haunani mai ho kino e ki mililani ho maka e no peo e ho papahala e kukuruata ho maka e no peo nei ho papahala e kukuruata elili ue no Haunani. Well, I know it's been a long day, you guys, so thank you for sticking around. We surely appreciate it as a closing band. Mahalo nui. Yeah. Well, you know, a lot of these people are ali'i. Some of the things that they represent, of course, is service and unity. This next song I'd like to share with you is a beautiful number composed by Auntie Lita Machado. And she traveled over to Hawaii Island in honor of the people of Keaukaha. So to anybody out there from Keaukaha or anybody watching from Keaukaha, this goes on to you. But she traveled over there to Hawaii Island to provide service, and the people of Keaukaha showed her lots and lots of aloha. So she wrote this song for the beautiful kama, nakama, the cherished ones of Keaukaha. Na ni pua alo no na ika ihu e moani e kapaepu halo meha na kupoli i ka hanua ka ipo i hui pu ia me ke aloha pume hana carnation i vilia me lovely li ke aloha pilipa darling sweet Lei Ānuenue e ho'i pone me ke kamalani o ke ōpua carnation i vilia me mele lonely li fai li ke aloha pilipa darling sweet Lei Ānuenue e ho'i pone me ke kamalani o ke ōpua e ho'i pone me ke kamalani o ke hahu kamalani o ke ōpua mahalo. Well, folks, it's been a nice short visit with all of you. Unfortunately. Yeah. Here's a song that we all know. Aloha. Kaulana Pua o Hawaii. Song goes out to each and every one of you. Kaulana Pua o Hawaii. Upa'a o peo ka aina. Iki mai ka elele o ka loko ino. Pala pala anu me ka paha.
Kalana pua o Hawaii Kupa ama o peo ka ahaina Iki mai ka elele o ka loko ino Pala pala anu me ka pahaka Pate mai Hawaii moku o ke ave Wana honua o Ihilani Ka po'o mai kaua I o mano Ka apu me ke one o ka uhi ema A ole e kau I ka polima Mana ka te pau ka elemi Aina ku ai hewa I ka pono sibila o ke kanaka A ole mākou e mina mina I ka puku kala o ke aupuni Ua lava mākou I ka pohaku Ka ai ka maha o ka aina Mahope mako li ulani Alawa ai ka pono ka aina Aina ia mai ana ka puana O ka po e aloha I ka aina Mahope mako lili ulani Alawa ai ka pono ka aina Aina ia mai ana ka puana O ka po e aloha I ka aina Ai, mahalo nui e kalahui, aloha.
Hanaho!
Okay, shoots, we're gonna hanaho. Mahalo. Oh, it didn't take much. All right. Here's a song, an original number from Molokai. Taking us to the beautiful, friendly isle. And I'm gonna invite out my dear friend Crystal to choreograph the hula for this mele. Well, we hope everyone's doing well. Mahalo, mahalo nui for coming out. Mahalo to all the hands that have put this together, including Kiapua. Hemo. Get plenty of space, that's why. Get plenty of room, yeah? 6 feet, yeah? But this song was inspired to my first visit there on the island, going to Halava Valley, where beautiful Mo'oula sits, and Pala'au, a scenic lookout point to the peninsula known as Kalaupapa. Beautiful, beautiful places that allow us to be so thankful for all that we're surrounded by. May mauka ai makai, may luna alalo, yesu pume okoa pau, aloha. Here we go. The lovely Leilani. Aya hoi imolokai kahekea ona benande makamai e hali ali amaine aloha e hina Moloka inui a hindo Aya Kalana o ma'ola Kanani ike o kawai me kamuana Molo ka inui a hindo Aiali Hala Kawahi kapua Kaleo o Nana hoa Olu olu mai Kahu ihui Kei hoia Kalau papa Molo ka inui a hinda Haina Yamai Amna Kapuana Aloha hina Molo ka inui a hinda Mahalo nui a oko apau. We bless. Once again, the lovely Leilani. Joining me on stage today, Mr. Kaleo Solitario and Ran Kamano. Mahalo nui a oko. Aloha.
Oh, that was beautiful. And as we end our evening, like everything else that I am blessed to be part of, would you please join us as Kamaka sings us out with Hawaii Aloha? And then again, if you can, police your area, any ōpala that's there, take it with you. And then of course, again, the floral arrangements on the stage are for us to share. So please, thank you again for joining us at Onipa 2022.
Hawaii wa mau o Hawaii kai ai na aloha tākou.
David, thank you. So again, mahalo, kumakakihau. We will have aha here on the lawn in front of the stage. I'm not sure, let's see, Healani, where are you? Oh, I'm actually, everybody, one more time, how about a nice round of applause for Healani and her team here at Kalehua.
Mahalo. So I want to thank everybody for coming today and for holding this space and holding this moment in time for not just our lahui, not just our queen, but for our future generations. That's what we're here for. And that's why we're going to keep coming back every single year. Pandemic or not, we will be here. So I want to welcome Hinano Paia, wonderful young Hawaiian leader coming up from Papakolea and Lanakila Mangauil, who we're honored to have today from Mauna Awa Kea. And we're going to do aha. You guys are welcome to join. You don't have to know how to dance hula. Again, that's the whole beauty of aha. Mahalo everyone for coming. And Onipa akako e ku'e. E ku'e. E ku'e. Don't ever forget my poina ku'u lahui kamo iwa hine o lili ōkalani. Mahalo.
e kala maoko ia mako, e uni kalani, e uni kahonua, e uni kapai ai na o hawe, e o mai kaike, e o mai kaika, e o mai kaanai, e o mai kamau kokokonu, e o mai kaike āanua, e o mai kamana. Kau makua mai kalani ia kalakau, mai o ia kaharamai. Kau makua ia kaina akua ia kaina haru, ia kakau i kalani, o kihai kalani, o e kalani, uru i kalani, aho i kalani. E ia nā pula a o nā ki awai, e nā maoko ia mako, e uni kalani, e uni kahonua, e uni kapai ai na o hawe, e o mai kaike, e o mai kaikaika, e o mai kahakamai, e o mai kamau kokokonu, e o mai kaike pāpātua, e o mai kamana. Nā haukātua mai kalani ia kalakau, mai kaho ia kaharamai. Nā haukātua ia kaina akua ia kaina haru, ia kalakau i kalani, o kihai kalani, o e kalani, uru i kalani, āhoro i kalani. E ia nā pula o kōkona hana kalani e kōkua. E mālama o kōkia māko, e uru kalani, e uru kahonua, e uru kapai ai na o hawe. E o mai kaike, e o mai kaikaika, e o mai kahamai, e o mai kamau kokokonu, e o mai kaike pāpānoa, e o mai kamana. E hona o nuna, e miana o ramo, e miana hago, e kua na kapaia. E hona o nuna, e miana o ramo, e miana hago, e kua na kapaia. E hona o nuna, e miana o ramo, e miana hago, e kua na kapaia. Ora, ora, vai. Ora. Ya, ayo, ayo. o mauna i ke pu e na kua o ka wai ora no kia mo. O mauna ke a kuai. Also here, another way to participate is the Kahu, Inana, as we talk about with all these chants. Ola Kino, Ola Aina, Nana, Ōpua, Nana, Kapahua, Malama, Ali ke hula, Ali ke ōpua, all those who just learn this.
Kapahua e uia kona uia oe e Kapahua ai luna Kapahua kia uli kia ele kia pano kia popola hua mea hane la e ai laila Kapahua e uia kona uia oe e Kapahua ai lalo I ka honua I ka vai ka wakane me kanaloa he vai puna he vai inu he vai mana he vai ola no he a yo ne kuna kapa out of those chambers of the earth, of the Haumea, of the feminine that holds life. Never to allow life to come forth. Yo ne huna tapa. Yeah. Ora no. Para mo. Out aya. We used to keep saying, we're losing it. We're losing it. We're taking it. Then grab hold of it. Grab hold of it. Make it pa'a. How do you make it pa'a? You grab it, hold it, you exercise it, and you apply it to your everyday life. Kanaka is not at special events. It's every day. Pa'a. Awaya. How are we going to unify? All as one. Unify. What does that mean? Does that mean we're going to have differences? Absolutely. Our skill set shows when we know how to work through those differences. If every single time there's a difference, all we do is split ourselves up. I don't like what they say. I started my own group. Here we go, 40 years later, how many more groups we get? Oh, yeah. Yet we all the same people. Even in our differences, that's how the family runs. Right? We cannot allow ourselves to continue to segregate and separate ourselves. We come from one book, we part of book, not just the islands, but the intention. The moku that we want to establish unified. The Kalahui, Hawaii. Face the challenges head on. We work through it. Ho'oponopono only isn't when we stop people. It can help us find our way through the difficult conversations that we need to have. Everybody can do this one. Who got here? Who got here? Who Okamoku! Hey, hey! Okamoku! Hey, hey! Okamoku! Hey, hey! Okamoku! Hey, hey! Kahie! Kahie!
No sense Deus, no sense Kumu, e dia moco ele no pai. Pai. Wapau, wapau, Wanoa, Wanoa. Ale, Kanikapu. Vai Kalima! Vai Kalima! Vai!